Good evening, members of the public. I'm going to call this meeting to order with roll call. Commissioner Andrade. Present. Commissioner Field. Commissioner Field. All right, to turn their mics on. All right, Commissioner Fuentes.
Present.
Commissioner Levine will be joining us. Commissioner Lewis will be joining us. Commissioner Mack.
Present.
Commissioner Meza is present. Commissioner Murray.
Present.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Commissioner Stein. Present. Commissioner Thomas will be joining us. Commissioner Yap will be joining us. All right, we have a quorum. Everyone, before we go to ex parte communications, I'm going to read a statement. Commissioners, members of the public, I appreciate your continued dedication to this work and your service to the city. Last week's meeting ended early due to a loss of quorum following disruptions that made it impossible to continue conducting business in an orderly manner. That outcome was unacceptable. We did not complete the public's business, and for that, I take accountability as chair on behalf of the commission. I also want to address something specific. Last week's agenda included a 30-minute limit, each for in-person and virtual public comment. That structure was properly noticed in advance, but it was not clearly articulated at the outset of the meeting. That lack of clarity created confusion, which contributed to the disruption. I should have set those expectations clearly at the start, and I did not. Going forward, any time parameters or procedural expectations will be clearly stated at the beginning of each meeting so there's no ambiguity. I want to be clear. The Commission values public participation. Community voices are not only welcome, they are essential to the process. Charter reform touches the core of how our city governs itself, and I understand that these issues evoke strong feelings. I respect that passion. We must ensure that everyone who wishes to participate has a meaningful opportunity to do so. At the same time, we have a responsibility to ensure that the meetings are conducted in a manner that allows all participants to be heard, staff to safely perform their duties, and commissioners to deliberate thoughtfully. When disruptions prevent the Commission from carrying out its work, we are unable to meet our obligation to the public. That balance between open participation and our duty to complete this work by the ordinance-mandated deadlines is becoming an ever-urgent task. Last week's agenda included several important items that were not heard as a result of the disruption. We were also unable to accommodate the public who had taken time out of their days to speak in virtual public comment. That is deeply unfortunate. We owe it to the people to complete what we start and to meet our ordinance-mandated responsibilities. It is my intent to move through the agenda in a fair, structured, and timely way so that the public's business can be completed. To provide greater clarity, this commission will allocate 1 hour for public comment at each meeting. We will begin with 30 minutes of in-person comment, followed by remote comment. If time remains, we will return to in-person comment. These parameters are intended to create predictability, fairness, and transparency in how public comment is heard, while ensuring the Commission can deliberate and take action. I have also instructed the staff to release a more detailed calendar of the Commission's anticipated work. An updated calendar has been posted on the Commission's website and is included in the Executive Director's report, outlining topics for our next 4 meetings. Adjustments may need to be made based on the progress of our work, and we will notice those changes as quickly as practicable. Starting today, the agendas will include more detailed topics so that the public knows exactly what will be discussed. Transparency about what is coming and when is essential to public trust, and we will continue to improve in that regard. The Commission has no more than 40 days to transmit our recommendations to Council. I know that our schedule is robust, but I believe that each of us has the commitment to see it through. We are appointed to do a difficult job on a fixed timeline, not of our choosing, and that responsibility requires discipline from all of us. We owe that commitment to the residents of Los Angeles and to the integrity of the process. Thank you, Commissioners and members of the public. I now move on to ex parte communications. As a reminder to Commissioners and to the public, I am going to read through the ordinance that was adopted by the Commission. An ex parte communication is a communication between any member of the Los Angeles Charter Reform Commission and any elected city officer or member of any elected city officer's staff regarding a matter pending before the Commission. An ex parte communication does not include any communication that takes place on the record during an official public meeting. The requirements of the section do not apply to a communication between a Commission member and a member of the City Attorney's Office providing legal counsel. A Commissioner shall disclose any ex parte communication at the next Commission meeting following the communication. Any off-the-record communications that take place during an official public meeting shall be disclosed before the adjournment of the meeting. Disclosure shall include the time and date of the communication, the form of the communication, the approximate duration of the communication, if applicable, the identity of the persons who participated in the communication, and a summary of the content of the communication. The summary shall include a general description of the types of charter reforms communicated. Commission members or Commission staff may ask a Commission member to resubmit communication disclosures that are not sufficiently detailed. The Charter Reform Commission staff shall maintain a public database on the Charter Reform Commission website where a log of ex parte communications can be found. The Charter staff shall update this log within 72 hours of an ex parte communication disclosure. Failure to comply with the requirements of this section shall subject the Commission member to a potential censure by the Commission, and the Commission may resolve to recommend the appropriate appointing authority initiate removal of the Commission member. A violation of this section shall not render any action of the Commission or Commission member invalid. I will now go around the dais and ask if there are any ex parte communication disclosures from any Commission members since our last meeting. Commissioner Andrades.
Nothing to report.
Commissioner Murray.
No.
Commissioner Stein.
Nothing.
Commissioner Meza has none to report. Commissioner Sanchez.
Nothing.
Commissioner Field.
None.
Commissioner Fuentes.
No.
Commissioner Lewis. None. And note for the minutes that Commissioner Lewis has joined us. Welcome. Commissioner Mack.
None.
Thank you, Commissioners. We now move on to public comment. I am going to before we move on to public comment, we are expecting a special guest under former city elected officials. Has that guest arrived yet, Executive Director?
I do not see him here.
Okay, then I will note for the public that we may take a break in public comment for a guest speaker that will not be counted against the time allotted for public comment. All right, is there anyone who has not signed up for public comment that will wish to speak during public comment? I see 1, 2 hands. Any?
You didn't sign up here?
Okay, that's okay. I just want to know what's the total plus 2?
Will be 30.
30, so 1 minute each. Okay, I will hand it over to the Executive Director to administer public comment.
And line up how you're called. Again, it is 1 minute. I won't do, since it's only 1 minute especially, I won't give a 30-second time. I'll just let you know that your time is up. Remove the camera also. Could I have Sarah, Carolina, and Andrew, please come up. And go.
Hi, my name is Sarah Rubin.
Move on. I think the mic on. A little on the top, is there a switch? Okay.
Awesome. Hi, thank you. My name is Sarah Friedman, and I'm here on behalf of the Trust for Public Land and as a citizen here in Los Angeles. I wanted to thank you for your work to date. This is a really important undertaking. And I just have a really simple request. Earlier this year, this commission heard a request from the LA Department of Recreation and Parks to double its charter mandated allocation. And that did not move forward. I humbly request you to reconsider moving this forward and to think about it in adopting a phased approach similar to what the libraries have done in 2011. LA's park system, as you've heard and as we experience firsthand every day, is really suffering, and that need is very clear why. It has been underfunded and consistently underfunded since about 2009. The bulk of its funding is through its charter mandated allocation, and there is a one-time opportunity. Okay.
You learned absolutely.
Sorry, Andrew.
And Sarah, can you make sure, have you emailed this to us before?
No, I will.
Okay, thank you so much. All right.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Keren, the women voters of Greater Los Angeles. Thank you, Chairman Meza, for your statement at the beginning of this meeting. If it takes only 10 or 15 minutes to hear everyone, it would be well worth the time to go over. We appreciate your modeling, Commissioners, on how to have differences of opinion without walking out and shutting down the meeting when we have so little time to complete the Commission's work. We appreciate also giving us a sense of what's going to be happening in the next few meetings. That way we can plan our advocacy. But it is very disappointing to learn that the policing reform will not be discussed until March 5th, when it is clearly a high priority item. Regarding today's agenda, the League of Women Voters of Greater Los Angeles supports recommendations to prohibit the
And
practice
thank you so much.
of
Andrew.
requiring signed letters of
And
resignation.
after Andrew, we have Ross, looks like K, yeah, that's K, and JB. Ross, K, and JB are after Andrew. Andrew, begin.
You obviously learned nothing from last week's meeting, since once again you're continuing all these restrictions on public comment. You know, you literally adjourned the meetings. You got no work done because half your commission walked out because of your crowd. So maybe you would have actually gotten all this work done if you had just spent the extra 10 minutes to hear from everyone in person. That would have, then you wouldn't be rushing as much. But you didn't want to hear from that because this commission, a lot of the members on here seem to be installed specifically to try to stop any reform. That's why everything's getting pushed out. You clearly don't want to do any reform for the LAP since you keep pushing that out to the end of the time you have. So you keep yelling and screaming about how you don't have enough time, but you could have considered all this stuff last week. You just heard the extra 3 speakers or whatever, and then continued on the meeting.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Ross, you're next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ross Weisschopper with Barry Up LA. This November promises a powerful pro-democracy wave, and the ripples from this Commission's discussions are already being felt. When Culver City Council just last Monday put lowering the voting age for citywide elections on the ballot for this November, council members proudly noted they were part of a growing movement that included the conversations of the LA Charter Reform Commission. You face a clear choice today, or you allow that conversation to continue. Access to democracy should not depend on incumbency, wealth, or institutional support either. And at the county level, the system functions with signature thresholds as low as 20 for supervisor. Commissioner Stein's proposal to reduce the requirement to 400 signatures would still ensure seriousness while meaningfully lowering barriers for grassroots candidates. Lowering voting age to 16 and reducing signature registration requirement will not flood the ballot with unqualified candidates or unqualified voters. It will strengthen democracy. Let's ride this wave this November. Thank you.
This is Kay, and for the record, Commissioners Lee and Yap will ride. Kay, 1 minute.
Hi, yes. I urge the commissioners to look at the length recommendations on infrastructure planning. We support a 5-year infrastructure plan. In the charter markup we provided to the commission, we recommended that it be updated biannually. In the off year from the presentation of the 2-year budget, we also defined the content and creation of the plan. We created section 321 to describe all of that. Item 6, yes. Item 7, at the February 12th meeting, Mr. Ramirez stated that the staff and elected officials may refuse to talk to the commission staff if their conversations are subject to ex parte disclosures. I consider this a feature, not a bug. This is not 1999. The trust is broken. And I'll save everything. I have a CIS also, so I want to come up for palms later.
Thank you very much. After Kay is Jamie. Jamie.
Wow, 1 whole minute. So generous for general public comment and agenda items. Whew, what can I say? Strong support of the bond recommendations, a guarantee to have our CISs heard at all city meetings, because that doesn't currently happen. Voice in choosing our bond commissioners and the general manager, and the 1/10 of 1% of the general fund to fund the neighborhood council system. That doesn't seem like too much to me for the voices closest to democracy. Currently, neighborhood councils get 25,000. When we started, it was 50,000. If that had kept up with inflation, it would be about 80, 90,000. But you see, when the budget goes down because of unfunded liabilities from, police reform that's needed, what happens is the neighborhood councils suffer. And we get our budgets cut. So 32,000 to 25,000 just in the last year, and it means that we can't be effective. We have $25,000 to serve 80,000 people in Reseda. Obviously we need the ex parte disclosure, but you guys would seemingly come up with any excuse not to do that.
Oh, I see. Okay, you actually have your name after that, so we'll come back to you for CIS. I've got Heath, Danielle, and Matt next. Heath, Danielle, and Matt, please queue up.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Please give serious consideration to the presentations you're going to hear shortly from our Dunn leadership at VOC. We need to do this for the citizens of LA. As Jamie just mentioned, the neighborhood council funding needs to be fixed. As someone involved in outreach in Woodland Hills, I don't have enough money to mail one postcard to the mailing addresses in Woodland Hills. That's how bad it is. So please consider these budgetary reforms, and whatever you do, make sure that you empower the voice of the people. The bureaucracy and the politicians unintentionally put themselves in silos, and the people are not heard. They need to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Danielle?
Hi,
Danielle.
Hello. Nice to see y'all. Co-leader in the LA Accords Immigrant Justice Working Group. I want to thank the staff for helping produce the Enshrining the Right to Counsel for Deportation Defense. I know y'all are super busy and had a truncated timeline, and I really appreciate how communicative you all are with us, but I need to clarify a few things around the report. What we're advocating for, and what Commissioner Fuentes' motion was about, is enshrining the right to counsel in deportation defense in the city charter, not enshrining the Represent LA program in the charter, which is what the report really focuses on. I feel the need to be really clear about this. We're not advocating that Represent LA or any specific program be enshrined in the charter. We're not advocating for earmarked funds or charter-based budgeting. We are advocating that the city of LA, in the city charter, its foundational document, make a commitment to provide every Angelino with counsel if they face deportation. We believe that having access to counsel when the government can seize and move your body,
Danielle. That's 1 minute.
it's a fundamental human right, y'all.
Matt is next. After Matt, it's Andrea, Olivia, and looks like James M. Andrea, Olivia, James M. after Matt. Matt, go.
Hey, good to be here. Matt Simon, LA Ford Institute, volunteer. I'm asking you to recommend the right to access to counsel for deportation defense. So I looked at the staff report, and I worry this report will create significant confusion. I have a lot to say, but to run out of time now, so I'm just going to say one, this can be for residents of Los Angeles. It doesn't have to be for the whole county, just for deportation defense, not for all affirmative immigration defenses. That was not something that we were advocating for. There are multiple just, fiscally and legally sound ways to do this. Please speak further with Rep. LA. We talked to our Immigrant Justice Working Group. Basically all the liability concerns in this report I think are just unfounded and wrong. And please look further because this report leaves a lot to be desired. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt. Andrea. And go.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Mackey, She/Her/Hers with California Pan-Ethnic Health Network and LA Forward. I'm here in support of enshrining the right to counsel for deportation defense in the city charter, making it a commitment that defense counsel ought to be available for all residents in Los Angeles. Currently, people are forced to do this alone. One such case is my friend, Jacob, he's a Filipino DACA resident, recipient who's lived in the U.S. since 2001. And then since October, he's been running to us in Georgia in an ICE detention center. We've had to fundraise for him to get him legal aid. And right now what we're hearing, and his only crime was he was just using his First Amendment right. Without legal counsel, who knows what will happen. And what we've been seeing and what Jacob's been sharing with us is that people have been preying upon folks in detention centers, getting scammed, and committing fraud. And so we need to make sure that people are not vulnerable to these attacks, and we hope to see that in the...
And thank you so much. Next is Olivia. Olivia?
Good afternoon. My name is Olivia Barber. I'm a member of the LA Black Workers Center. For Black workers, charter reform is survival. It provides a stable public sector jobs, provide housing stability, healthcare access, long-term stability, and ends homelessness. That's why we are asking you to make this process as open and clear to the public and to adopt the LA Black Workers Center workforce equity recommendations so that equity becomes enforceable and not aspirational. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James. After James, I've got Justy, I've got Nyabini, Lassen Kupti, and Sam. And begin.
Hi, honored commissioners and staff. I'm here to speak to the handout that I gave to you guys summarizing public comment by subject and proportion. I revised the data slightly, and the reason why I think is instructive. What the data shows is clear. In the past 12 meetings, police reform is the topic that is most popular in time and individual comment across all subject matter. It comprises 24.9% of all total comment, the highest proportion, and 26.9% by time. In 12 meetings, members of the public have spent approximately 2 hours, 38 minutes, and 30 seconds on police reform, speaking before you, the length of a Marvel movie. I revised the time upwards on police reform slightly to reflect Ms. Janet Tyler's comments at the last meeting, which went longer than the normal appointed time. I did not include other such comments that have gone on longer and disrupted meetings, and I did not include any neighborhood council members, presentations, or commissioners as well. Police reform hangs over this commission like a shadow. It is the mud that is sucking at your feet. I ask the commission...
Thank you so much. Next is Justy. And...
Sorry, I'm short. All right. The 1991 Christopher Commission is a failed experiment and one we don't have time to repeat again now. Direct quotes from that 1991 report are, failure to control these officers is a management issue at the heart of the problem. The documents and data we analyzed have all been available to the department, and most of the information came from the source. And we recommend a new standard of accountability. Incidents will not diminish until ranking officers know they will be held responsible for what happens in their sector. And then 6 years later, the Rampart scandal started, so obviously that got taken very seriously. 2020, the new use of force policy got enacted, de-escalation techniques, verbal warnings, unbiased policing, and using only objectively reasonable force. The recent data on that isn't available, but I'm pretty sure we can all agree that isn't going very well either. And additionally, as much as this commission has been subjected to the speculation of how independent it's truly operating, we can't possibly pose that a future police accountability commission under any name.
And thank you so much, Justin.
Thank you.
Next. And go.
Commissioners, my name is Kuti. I'm a member of the LA Black Workers Center, and I'm glad to see this process happening. I know Commissioner Lewis from Med Community Coalition. Yeah, I want to advocate for improvements for Black workers, ensuring equitable access to city jobs, reducing privatization, and increasing accountability. Some of the things I would like to see the commission and the reform address is strengthening oversight, creating and enforcing equitable pathways for Black workers in city positions, and advocating for changes to address systemic discrimination in public employment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sam? Okay, and after Sam, I've got Jermaine, Ted, and Sherry. Jermaine, Ted, and Sherry, please queue up. Go ahead.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Samuel Rice. I'm a member leader at the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. Charter reform is not an abstract policy discussion for us. It will shape who has access to stable public sector jobs and who remains locked out. That's why we're asking for transparency in this process. Black workers deserve to clearly understand how decisions are being made, how recommendations are evaluated, and what criteria determine which reforms move forward. If this process lacks transparency, it will reproduce the same exclusive and claims to address. We are asking you to commit to a transparency charter reform process and adopt LABWC's workforce equity recommendations. Black workers deserve both visibility in this process and enforceable change at the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jermaine. And go.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Jermaine Houston. I'm a proud
Could
member.
you speak more into the microphone, please? Thank you.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jermaine Houston. I'm a proud member of LABWC and parent. When we talk about public safety, we most also talk about public accountability. A charter reform process that is not transparent undermines trust and weakens democracy. Black workers deserve to see how decisions are being made about the system that shapes our livelihoods. We deserve clarity around timelines, decision-making, criteria, and how community recommendations are weighed. Charter firms should not feel distant or closed off. They should feel accessible and accountable. Please ensure this process is transparent and adopt the LABWC workforce equality reforms so the charter reflects the reality of Black workers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ted? Is Ted here? Ted Baker, it looks like, maybe? Backer? Okay. Sherry? And go. Oh yeah, bring that down. Okay, go.
How y'all doing today? My name is Sherry Marshall and I'm a proud member of the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. Young Black workers are watching this process and they are watching whether their city is serious about equity and whether public decision making is accessible or opaque. We need clear communication about how workforce reforms are being evaluated and where they stand. And we need adoption of LABWC's workforce equity recommendations so that the charter reflects a real commitment to fairness. Transparency in the charter reform sends a message. It tells us whether community input matters or whether decisions are predetermined. Transparency builds trust, equity builds stability. We are asking for both. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Sorry, next three are Gerson, Felice, and Darren. Gerson, Felice, and Darren.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gerson Navidad with the Immigrant Defenders Law Center, Southern California's largest deportation defense nonprofit law firm. I'm here today to urge your support for Commissioner Fuentes' recommendation to enshrine the right of access to counsel for deportation defense in the city charter, thus making a powerful commitment as a city to stand with each other as Angelinas against an unjust immigration enforcement regime that too often tears families and communities apart. By enshrining the right to counsel in the Los Angeles City, all Angelinos who need deportation defense will have a fighting chance of remaining with their families and loved ones in the city they call home. As a former unaccompanied child myself and experiencing the torturous conditions of ICE detention, having a lawyer by my side gave me hope and eased the chaos of the unpredictability of our immigration system. It is indispensable that we step up to protect our communities and our neighbors. INDEF stands ready to do our part. I ask that the commissioners vote yes on the recommendation initiated by Commissioner.
Thank you so much. Felice? Felice?
Yes. Good afternoon. I am Felice McGinnis, and I'm here as a private citizen who's been affected by lack of jobs when it comes to city selection of those jobs. It seems like it does not reflect the city. It only reflects mostly one group of people, and I have a problem with that. I think we all should have a problem with that. Look at yourselves as an example of what I'm talking about. It does not reflect us. It does not reflect the entire city. And these things need to change. How can you sleep at night knowing this? I don't need to spell it out. We're all aware in this room about the employment practices of the city. And that's where it needs to stop. It's a new day, it's a new time. We're not going away, so we need to be included. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Darren, after Darren, I've got Nicholas, Ida, and Conrad. Nicholas, Ida, Conrad.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Darren Sherman.
Closer to the mic.
Closer to the mic, please. Hello, my name is Darren Sherman. I'm a member of the LA City Black Workers Center. Black workers lose time every day in opaque systems. We see the pipeline, the hiring pipeline, that we cannot see. I have a location we see pipelines, hiring pipelines that we cannot see. We're told to wait on hiring lists that we cannot track. We're told to trust in your system. And we don't have any access. We don't have any way of seeing what's going on. So we really need transparency.
Thank you so much. Nicholas. Go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nicholas Caputo. I'm speaking on behalf of Local Events Los Angeles. I would like to quickly make 3 recommendations. One is to broaden and fast-track the hiring authority in specific departments to allow more Angelinos who actually live here to get city jobs more easily, allow lateral transfers, and create continuous career ladder pathways to make Los Angeles not a place you stop in for a job, but a place where you can actually grow a career reliably, and anyone that wants a job to build better, to build environment can get one. 2, mandate and enshrine the ability for the controller to audit city departments and elected officials into the charter to catch malfeasance while it's happening much more quickly, even if that also needs to put anti-abuse protections in there in the potential for a future city control. That's what it's going to take to get that in there and get the auditability in there. 3rd is give the city council the ability to modify some level of police department policy. Don't have to that be the one department.
And thank you so much, Ida.
Hi, my name is Ida Shuri, and I'm vehemently opposed to bifurcating the city attorney's office. Taking the power away from the people from electing a representative essentially makes this position not accountable to the people. We can see that this specific agenda item was pushed by Nithya Raman, who's now a mayoral candidate who would be in charge of appointing this position. The conflict of interest is actually right there. At the same time, the Ella Ford Institute, who's claiming that this office is too big and we should make this not an elected position, are they going to do that to the Attorney General as well? San Francisco, San Diego, Sacramento, Fresno, Long Beach, Oakland, these are all elected positions. And making this not elected means they're not accountable to the people, and they're going to be beholden to these elected leaders right now. They're being funded by the same special interests and powerful people that control our city. We're not going to see any third-party candidates have any platform by bifurcating this office. As well, any of these offices that are not elected.
Thank you so much, Conrad.
Conrad Starr, speaking as an individual. I care about my city, I care about grassroots democracy, and I care about my neighborhood. I've served 8 or 9 years on my neighborhood council, and I listened with interest to George Kiefer's comments, former commissioner, who said the one regret he had was that neighborhood council's hands were tied by the Brown Act. Well, the Brown Act ship has sailed, but let's talk about neighborhood council's hands being tied. I read with interest the bonk recommendations which the Ad Hoc Committee in Greater Wilshire has forwarded to our full board for support. Our hands are tied. By supporting the bonk recommendations, you have the ability to possibly untie our hands, give us some elbow room with a more realistic budget, allow us to budget for several years in advance, and afford elections, and afford a professional minutes writer, and afford a meager event every now and then, and afford email infrastructure. These are simple requests. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next 3 are Robert, Baird, and Rob Kwan, and Sarah. Robert, Rob, Sarah.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Rob Baird from the Prevention Institute. We're a health equity advocate. I'm here to speak about the infrastructure report and the Park and Recs items that were proposed for that report, and I want to urge you to include those items in your final approved report. We've been working for years to promote the idea, and successfully, I would say, that parks are not a nice to have, but they're essential infrastructure. They're a must have. Research that we've done with UCLA has shown that 160,000 years of life expectancy can be added to Los Angeles with greater green space. And 120,000 years of that amount would go to Black and brown communities. That's life expectancy. A lot of smart people have pointed out that the charter reform is an essential aspect of fixing the broken way that we fund our parks and rec system. Our park and rec system has fallen woefully behind both in access and quality.
Thank you so much, Rob. Maybe Rob will be back. Sarah. Rob, are you coming? Is Sarah here as well? Sarah? No Sarah? Okay, after Sarah is going to be Joanne and Brenda. Joanne and Brenda are after Sarah if she's here. Rob, go.
Reminder that any of you commissioners could move to overrule the chair and extend the time to 90 seconds in the future. The last meeting was a good reminder of something I told you a few weeks ago. You ultimately meet at the discretion of the people. You also meet at the discretion of your colleagues. Thank you to the 4 commissioners who refused to accept the sham process. It's not a good sign that even after a week for the staff to dilly-dally, we don't have agenda materials out in a timely manner so we can actually review them. I'm happy to see we finally have a more detailed schedule, but it's wild that we're not meeting more frequently to actually get through the ad hoc recommendations. It's insulting that once again, you deprioritize LAPD accountability and that waits until March 5th. This is intentional, it needs to be changed. They want to cry about how little time they have at that point and choke off the conversation. It's concerning that the executive director's report makes no mention of his recent appearance at council about outside counsel for the RFP, how he couldn't tell the budget chair, Katie Yaroslavsky, about the status of our budget. I'm on November, December.
Thank you, that's 1 minute. Sarah is next. Sarah still here? Sarah, no Sarah, Joanne. Joanne, then Brenda.
Good afternoon, Joanne Vannegar from West Hills Neighborhood Council. In the beginning, we were an advisory group, but no longer can we be serving our community strictly as advisory. Our congressmen, our state senator and assemblymen, our county supervisors, they all recognize our value to the community. We are no longer an advisory group. We are participants in our community. Also, as part of the cleanup for the Santa Susana Field Lab, we've been dealing with the Department of Energy, Department of Toxic Substance Control. We have radioactive nucleus who's going to be transported through the middle of our community and on the way to the freeway. And we have a dog in this race.
Thank you so much.
We need to know that we're not
Brenda,
advisory.
Brenda, come on down. And begin.
On behalf of the
A little closer to the mic. A little closer to the mic.
I'm here on behalf of the neighborhood councils, West Hills Neighborhood Council. We must have equal powers and meaningful authority with support of and respect from local government officials and agencies, and be treated as meaningful partners, especially when decisions affect the unique communities they represent. They can fulfill their foundational purpose only when the city charter clearly acknowledges the partnership between these local bodies in this city of Los Angeles. Strengthening that partnership is essential to rebuilding trust and ensuring that civic engagement in Los Angeles is substantive rather than symbolic. We are all volunteers and we remain committed to improving our neighborhood. If charter reform is to succeed, it must genuinely incorporate local perspectives and grow from grassroots
Thank you
upwards,
so
not
much. That's
solely
one
from top down.
That's at the moment in-person public comment. Mr. Chair, did you?
Yeah, we're going to take a special guest shortly, but want to continue with ex parte disclosures. Commissioner Levine, do you have any ex parte disclosures to report since our last meeting? No. Commissioner Yap? No. Thank you. I would like to welcome a special guest who will be speaking for 5 minutes. Former City Council member Michael Wu is with us today, who would like to provide some comments before the Commission. As a brief introduction, for those of you who do not know former Councilmember Wu, Councilmember Wu was the first API member to ever be elected to the City Council. He was the Dean of the College of Environmental Design at Cal State Poly Pomona and a longtime civic leader in Los Angeles. Council member, it's an honor to have you today, and we do have 5 minutes allotted to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. First of all, let me commend you on your public service serving on this Commission. I know from my personal experience back when I was on the City Council trying to lead the fight for charter reform and ethics reform, what you are doing is a kind of thankless task. So thank you for taking this on. I wanted to take a few minutes and give you some reflections based on my experience when the city was last engaged in an adventure relating to charter reform. I was on the City Council from 1985 to 1993. In 1990, there was a conflict of interest scandal here in City Hall. Mayor Bradley appointed a citizens commission to come up with ideas to address the problem of conflict of interest. As a council member, I was chairing an ad hoc committee on ethics reform, so it became my job to find a way to work with the Citizens Commission to put the recommendations into law. I can tell you it was not easy. When we tried to get a majority of the council members to support a very ambitious package, creating the Ethics Commission, outlawing conflicts of interest, limiting campaign spending, creating a system of public financing, there were some council members who didn't want to support it. They thought this is somebody else's problem, and the first time we tried to get a vote of the City Council on the reform package, we fell short. The ordinance died. We didn't have enough votes. But we brought it back, we made some amendments, we were able to get the votes. Then it was a challenge to take it to the voters with a rather complicated package of reforms. Some of the council members who perhaps cynically had supported the reform package were part of an effort to torpedo the reforms by criticizing a provision they had voted for, the public financing of campaigns, assuming that that idea was so toxic, so unpopular, that it would doom the entire package. But then, perhaps like now, the city was in a moment of crisis. There were questions about whether the city was capable of delivering basic services in an efficient and equitable way. But also there was the shadow of misconduct and corruption that was hanging over city government. And I would say that because the voters who may have had doubts about some parts of the package decided that overall they would hold their nose and vote for the package because overall they thought it was a good thing, overall they thought it was moving in the right direction. Which leads me to the one piece of advice that I wanted to give to you, which is to keep it as simple as possible. You may be very attentive to the details, the minutiae of city government, but assuming that your work is going to become a package of reforms for which you are going to have to ask the voters of the city to support it, you've got to have things in there that people can understand and will instantly embrace, because even if it's not 100% what they like, if they think that overall the effect is good for the city and is addressing what they see as the concerns, then you can get public support. And specifically, what I wanted to suggest is, I encourage you to think about going further in terms of bolstering a response to misconduct by city officials. I believe that while the Ethics Commission, created by the Ethics Reform Package of 1990, represented state-of-the-art reform in 1990, you should think of corruption and misconduct as being like a virus. Like a virus, corruption adapts to new circumstances. And so while the Ethics Commission may have been the right solution back in 1990, things have changed. So I encourage you to consider the idea of creating a position of Inspector General for the city of Los Angeles, a position that would be independent, funded, staffed, and given a mandate to be an independent voice, not dependent on the mayor, the city council, the controller, or the city attorney, to root out corruption and to have the power to be able to do it. It's really wrong for the city of LA to have to wait for the FBI or for a US attorney to act on allegations about corruption. The city of LA ought to be able to take care of these things on its own. And I suggest that the way to do it is to empower an independent Inspector General to root out corruption so that it will give the voters of the city confidence that the city can really take care of the basic needs of the people of the city. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Councilmember. Commissioner Fuentes.
There we go. Thanks so much for joining us. I did have a question related to the Inspector General, slightly, but not really. Public comment had brought up empowering the city controller to do independent audits of other departments and city officials. Is that something that you would support as well, hypothetically, in terms of uprooting misconduct as well as corruption?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I think it makes sense to strengthen the controller's ability to conduct audits. But I would point out that is very different than having an Inspector General whose job is to prevent misconduct and to check on allegations of corruption. So There's certainly nothing wrong with giving the controller more powers to conduct audits, but that's not the same thing as the misconduct that I'm alluding to.
Commissioner Yap.
Thank you for your comments. They're very insightful, and I'm particularly thinking about the way that we would appoint or elect an inspector general, and if you could share some thoughts on what you would view as a best practice to achieve the independence that you are thinking about.
One way to do it would be for the mayor as the chief executive to nominate an inspector general and for the council to then ratify the choice, but to insulate the inspector general from a mayor or a council member who might be irritated or upset or nervous about what an inspector general would do. In other words, I think that it's certainly possible for a mayor and the council to pass judgment on appointing an inspector general. But assuming that an inspector general who really does the job is not going to make friends, in fact is likely to be dreaded by some of the people who may be subject to the inspector general's work, the inspector general would need to be protected from interference and from efforts to block the inspector general's work. So I think the appointing authority is something that I'm sure you can come up with ways of coming up with a name. I don't see any reason why the normal procedures of city government with the city's chief executive naming someone subject to a majority of the council approving it. But the proof of the pudding comes later, after the inspector general is in the job. Will the inspector general be protected from officials of the city standing in the way, obstructing, taking resources away, or even retaliating against an inspector general? There have been plenty of stories at the national level of what has happened where under the Trump administration, the administration has taken action to weaken the inspector generals of the different federal departments. I think it would be essential to find a way to protect the inspector general in Los Angeles against that kind of interference.
Just a clarifying note, so election of an independent inspector general, it would not be your recommended route?
No, I think election of an inspector general would definitely be a bad idea because the inspector general should not be a politician. In other words, the inspector general should not be needing to raise money, should not be trying to get votes. If anything, I think an inspector general who really does the job is not going to get any votes. You know, this is not going to be a popular person. It has to be someone who's willing to not be loved. Because I think if the inspector general is doing a good job, this is someone who others will fear. And that's the way it should be.
Commissioner Yap, Commissioner Andrades, and then Commissioner Murray with our last question.
Thank you so much for joining us. I've been advocating for the position of the Inspector General since this commission first met, so I appreciate that you came and shared those sentiments. I have one question for you, and it's about process and placement. I've been trying to think about where the Inspector General would live, and I've landed on them living within the Ethics Commission, but not being an arm of the Ethics Commission, but because of the shared supervisory functions for oversight, living and working in tandem with that commission. Is that a sentiment that you share? Do you think that's a good place for the Inspector General to be located?
This is the first time I've thought about it. My preference, I think, would be for the Inspector General to be completely freestanding. However, if the Inspector General were somehow connected to the Ethics Commission, as long as the Inspector General's funding and staffing was not somehow dependent on the Ethics Commission or other officials in City Hall, I think theoretically you it could work. In other words, if it's just where is the furniture located, I think that's okay. But the question is, are there any dotted lines in the organization chart that would limit the independence or the autonomy of the Inspector General? I feel very strongly that the concept of Inspector General only works if it's someone who is truly independent.
Commissioner Murray.
Thank you. I'm sort of piggybacking on Commissioner Andrade's question. He had proposed an Inspector General, but it was sort of working in tandem, or at least part of the Ethics Commission, as you know, because you created the Ethics Commission, where I served many years on. There is a Director of Enforcement for the Ethics Commission. How would an Inspector General be different from the Director of Enforcement, the current Director of Enforcement for the Ethics Commission?
I'm not completely informed on what the role of the Director of Enforcement is. I know that the Ethics Commission has an important role in terms of determining fines to be paid responding to violations of law. And the Ethics Commission should still perform that function. But in terms of an aggressive investigative function, I'm not sure that the Ethics Commission is really equipped to perform an aggressive investigatory role. So to me, I think that there is more of a difference in terms of the Inspector General would be more of an investigator, and the Ethics Commission would be more involved, almost in a kind of quasi-judicial role, determining fines, penalties, things like that.
Thank you.
We could give our speaker a round of applause, please. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to hand it back to the Executive Director to administer remote public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 20 folks with raised hands on the list that we will work with, which, if you want to do even, would be a minute and a half per speaker. So it's 20 speakers. Listen. 1 minute. Okay, so we're going to do 1 minute, and then we'll come back to the room. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. I'm getting the list right now. Okay. The list. Okay, so I'm gonna call 3 names just to let you know, but the first name is gonna come off mute and I'll call you again. So it's gonna be Brendan, Tareen, and Yaritza are gonna be the first 3. Brendan, we're taking you off mute now. Brendan, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, Brendan, go.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brendan. I'm a member of Working Families Party and LA Forward. I'm here just to continue to support reforms specifically within the planning and infrastructure area around codifying how the city does capital infrastructure planning. I do believe that a 5-year CIP is necessary to actually coordinate our tax dollars more effectively and at a degree of transparency that we simply do not have. At the same time, I tentatively support empowering the Director of Public Works. I do believe that a single executive should be responsible for administering the CIP, but at the same time, if this is the path forward, then I would encourage the Commission to take a look at the actual powers delineated between the Director and the Board within the broader Department of Public Works. I just want to ensure that if we do make the Director the individual in charge of coordinating this, that they actually have the power necessary to affect change, to coordinate it effectively, and that they don't run into any...
Thank you so much, Brendan. Next up is Tareen. Tareen, we are taking you off of mute slowly. Tareen, can you hear us? Tareen?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, 1 minute, go.
Okay, Tareen Spittle, League of Women Voters of Greater Los Angeles, speaking today as an individual. By far, the issue raised the most often in public comment has been the need for police reform. We cannot wait several years for another commission to study the topic. The largest portion of our city budget goes to the police department, and for that reason alone, the department should be subject to meaningful oversight. Policing reform is urgent. Thoughtful recommendations have been offered by LA Forward, Catalyst California, and the League of Women Voters, and scholars and organizations with deep knowledge of the issues involved. The commission has access to enough information to make solid recommendations on policing reform. Please move forward on all 13 currently listed police reforms as official charter recommendations to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Yaritza, we're taking you off of mute, if you can hear us. She's gone. Jester, Lucinda, and Barbara are our next three. Jester, Lucinda, and Barbara. Starting with Jester. Jester, can you hear us? Jester?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, 1 minute, go.
Okay. Good evening to the Charter Reform Commission. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Justin Jersey, and I run the 16 California X/Twitter account. This supports the agenda item number 3 on the matters of lowering the voting age to 16 for both school district and municipal elections. While it is true that young people spend a great deal of time in the school environment, it is also true that their interactions with the political process does not stop once they leave the school grounds, nor does it begin once they set foot at the place of learning. But rather, it continues throughout the day, before getting to classes and after the school bell rings to dismiss students for the day. If anything, these young contributors to society should have both a say where they are learning and in the world around them, where they put the knowledge they've learned from school into practical application. This demonstrates that the work being done here is not only important for Angelinos, but for empowering young people in general. It is important that your recommendations to lower the voting age to school board elections and municipal elections be conveyed to the City Council for voter consideration later this year. Thank you for your time, work, and consideration.
Thank you so much. Lucinda, we are slowly taking you off of mute. Lucinda, can you hear us?
Yeah, could you hear me?
Yes, go.
Perfect. Okay. So sorry. I'm an intern with UCLA Labor Center and currently a student at Occidental College, and I'm giving public comment in support of Commissioner Fuentes' recommendation to enshrine the right of access to counsel for deportation defense in the city charter, thus making a commitment as a city that deportation defense counsel ought to be provided for residents that cannot provide their own. While some may make the argument that immigration is a federal issue and that rights of this nature are typically enumerated in the U.S. and state constitutions, we must remember that the U.S. and California constitutions are floors, not ceilings, for the rights of Angelinos. Deportations cause profound trauma and damage, not just to impact families, but to our communities and our city as a whole. As I've connected with my peers and my community members at Occidental, many have been affected by ICE's increased looming presence on LA life. So much so that those people feel uncomfortable speaking in public.
Thank you, Lucinda. Our next is Barbara. After Barbara, it's going to be Angela, Paxley, and Laurel. Angela, Paxley, Laurel are after Barbara. Barbara, we're taking you off of mute. Can you hear us, Barbara?
Yes, I can. Hello, this is
Go for it.
Barbara,
1 minute.
Land Use Chair at the Westside Neighborhood Council. I'm speaking in support of both blank and bond recommendations to expand the voice of neighborhood councils, budget certainty, and the ability to address all electeds at all elected levels of government. As a Land Use Chair, I support APCs. Area planning commissions are important because they know communities. One body cannot do it. I support the retention of the 245. I believe that the city attorney must be elected. It cannot be appointed. It will create terrible conflicts of interest. And I also think parkland must not be available for sale because there is no budget to use much of the land that might be given to the city. Furthermore, there are already issues about the numbers of council members. Adding more and more without addressing the problems in the city with culture will not solve our problems. We need to address those issues first. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Angela. Angela, we are taking you off of mute. Angela, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Go for it.
My name is Angela Shepard, calling to express my strong support for the motion submitted by the Lineage, Equity, and Advancement Project, also known as LEAP. The LEAP motions are not symbolic or abstract. They are historically grounded, practical, and legally sound proposals. LEAP proposes establishing a Los Angeles Freedmen's Bureau. This is about infrastructure and accountability, not one-off programs. We need a permanent municipal institution designed to coordinate and oversee policies addressing intergenerational harm. LEAP asks the city charter to recognize lineage as a foundational principle for equity policy. Lineage provides a clear framework tied specifically to American freedmen who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. LEAP also urges the Commission to formally recognize American freedmen in the city charter, as well as acknowledge reparations as a legitimate and ongoing municipal responsibility. And finally, the city must recognize anti-Blackness and systemic racism as a public emergency, requiring
Thank you so much,
urgency,
Angela.
coordination,
Next
and
is
accountability.
Paxley, we are taking you off of mute. Hopefully you can hear us, Paxley.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Paxley Marquez, co-leader of LA Forward's Immigrant Justice Working Group. Thank you to staff for your time to produce a report on the possibility of codifying right to counsel for deportation defense. While we appreciate the time you've taken to draft this, we unfortunately saw that the report misunderstands the charter reform being proposed. On page 2, under applicability to the City of LA, the report misunderstands that the ask as codifying a protected budget for Rep LA in the city budget. This is unfortunately not the actual reform being asked. We've prepared Commissioner Fuentes with language that will hopefully clarify the ask. We know that this will call into question some implementation questions, so we've positioned Commissioner Fuentes to share a menu of language to share with commissioners and staff. But importantly, the right to counsel is not the same as chartering a protected budget. At its core, codifying a right to counsel is about the right to Angelenos to have access to counsel and deportation defense when they cannot access it. The budget question of how this is funded is different and separate from the actual right to counsel, and we hope to you both revise the report and take Commissioner Fuentes'
Thank you so much. That's 1 minute. Laurel, we are taking you off of mute very slowly. After Laurel, it's going to be Lionel, Tiffany, and Diana. Lionel, Tiffany, and Diana are after Laurel. Laurel, can you hear us?
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Laurel Smiley. I live in El Sereno, and I'm here on behalf of LA Forward. I'm here to support in support of enshrining the right to counsel for deportation defense in the city charter, thus making a commitment as a city that deportation defense counsel ought to be available for residents who cannot provide their own. I ask that the Commission recommend enshrining this right in the city charter to the City Council. After sitting here and hearing that there are challenges around budgeting, I appreciate this, but I think it is also representative of who we are as a community, especially one that is 1/3 immigrants, that we really look at ways to make this possible and trust that the recommendations being made by LA Forward will ensure greater feasibility for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laurel. Lionel, we're taking you off of mute. Lionel, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, Lionel, go.
Lionel Morris, budget advocate speaking for myself. I'd like to say that I'd like to echo Jamie George, what she said. An inspector general that will do a job will not be confirmed. The city will never appoint the person Mr. Wu envisions, and somehow if they do, the council will not confirm. We know this already. Look at what they did to my friend Jamie York when she was appointed to the Ethics Commission. The city council rejected her nomination because they know that Jamie York is an ethics expert. We need someone like Jamie York on ethics that will do the job to keep our government accountable. Furthermore, making robust changes to our current government structure requires a collective effort from both the leadership and the communities. It's essential to delineate power more effectively between the executive and legislative branches, ensuring a system that prioritizes public involvement and responsiveness, emphasizing community engagement and proactive governance to help.
Thank you so much, Lionel. Tiffany, we are taking Tiffany off of mute. Hopefully Tiffany can hear us. Tiffany, are you there? Tiffany?
Here, can you hear me?
Okay, there you go, 1 minute.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Los Angeles Charter Reform Commission. My name is Tiffany Quarles, and I'm calling on behalf of the Lineage Equity and Advancement Project to express my strong support for the motions we put forth. I understand the Freedmen's Bureau motion is on today's agenda for discussion, and I respectfully ask you to advance this motion and move it forward in the charter reform process. I also ask you to support the other lead motions as well, which are recognizing lineage as a foundational principle for equity policy, formally recognizing American freedmen in the city charter, acknowledging reparations as a municipal responsibility, and recognizing anti-Blackness and systemic racism as a public emergency. These proposals are grounded in history and focused on addressing documented government-created harms Establishing a Los Angeles Freedmen's Bureau and recognizing lineage equity policy are important steps toward accountability and clarity in how the city responds to these harms. Please advance the Freedmen's Bureau motion and support the full lead motion.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We're taking now Diana off of mute. Diana, hopefully you can hear us. Diana?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Diana Escamilla. I live in City District 10, and I'm here on behalf of Keren. I'm here in support of the right to deportation defense in the city charter, making a commitment as a city that deportation defense counsel should be available for residents who cannot provide their own. I ask that the Commission recommend implementing this right in the city charter to the City Council. Right now, immigrant communities in Los Angeles and across the county are facing an alarming increase in prosecution rates and fear-driven that separates families and destabilizes entire neighborhoods. In moments like these, access to legal counsel is a lifeline. By placing this in the city charter, Los Angeles would be making a lasting commitment. Most importantly, it affirms a core value that Los Angeles stands up to hate with unity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let's see, next we are Raphael, Joe, and Amy. Raphael, Joe, and Amy. Raphael, we are taking you off of mute now. Raphael, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Go for it, Raphael.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Raphael Plunkett, and I support the motion submitted by LEAP, and I ask that you move forward and vote in favor of the proposed charter amendments to establish the LA Freedmen's Bureau, recognize lineage as a foundational principle, and recognize American freedmen in the city charter. I support the LEAP motions. On a separate note, I do not support expanding voting rights to non-citizens. On a final note, I support protections, opportunities, and empowerment for Black workers and Black residents. I ask that you please make this process more known and accessible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Joe is next. Joe, we're taking you off mute. Joe, can you hear us? Joe?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Joe, 1 minute, go.
Okay, this is Joe Plunkett. I strongly oppose the extension of voting to non-citizens in any U.S. election, and separately, I support the LEAP motions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Amy. Amy is next. After Amy is Chad, Eric, and Abram. Chad, Eric, and Abram. Amy, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go.
60 seconds is ridiculous. We need ex parte rules for staff. We know staff are getting non-trivial communication from elected, and we need that information public again, in order to regain trust. I second everything Rob has said and wrote. I am a former LAUSD student. I wish I had the ability to vote in LAUSD and city elections when I was 16. Finally, please empower our Director of Public Works. Don't make it another bulletin report to the board. If you are not going to consider the motions put forward by Martin Schlageter regarding the reorganization of Public Works and an empowered Director of Public Works, it may be something to do nothing so we don't have to start over in 10 years.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chad. Chad is next. Chad, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go Chad.
Perfect. I'm Chad from CD13. 2 items tonight to speak to the same underlying question. Who does this city belong to? On item 2, I oppose making it easier to sell RAP-held land, but the staff identified something really important. Vacant parcels just sit in bureaucratic limbo, serving no one. The answer isn't easier sales, it's an explicit pathway to convert that land to other public community-serving uses, affordable housing, community land trusts, neighborhood centers. Keep the land in public hands, change the use. And then on item 7, Los Angeles restructured its government a century ago to keep elected influence out of independent commissions. That was the whole point. The requirement to disclose ex parte communications is not a burden on staff. It's a condition under which this commission's work can be trusted at all. And then I just also want to support my some other public comments that you heard tonight in favor of non-voting citizen rights, underage voting rights, and the city belonging to everyone that lives in it, along with police reform. I urge you to honor all these principles. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Eric is next. Eric, we're taking you off of mute. Eric, can you hear us? Yep. Abram, can you hear us? We're going to take you off of mute now, Abram. Abram, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go.
Hi, my name is Abram. I'm with LA Forward in the WFP, the Working Families Party, and I live in District 13. I would like to urge the Commission to try a 5-year CIP capital investment program into the charter. I think it's necessary to make sure our infrastructure is good and reliable. It's also my position that it needs to be held by a single executive that has power delegated by the charter. It is not enough for it to be the commission. They are ineffective, and they will continue to be ineffective if they are not, if that power is not given to someone with expertise and not subject to political whims.
Thank you, Abram. The next person, I've just got numbers 1978, some stars. Are you there, 1978?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. 1 minute, go.
Hello? Thank you. Why isn't this commission voting on police reform considerations today? If this was a serious body that took substantive debate seriously, it wouldn't have purposefully delayed the LAPD discussions and votes. You would have expedited those issues, but you didn't. You so far failed at addressing the public concerns here, and the commissioner had the gall at the beginning of this meeting to invoke time as an excuse for your own inaction. The recommended settlement amount, by the way, for February 11, 2026 alone, during last week's city council meeting, totals over $12 billion. $5 million of which was a settlement for LAPD retaliation against a whistleblower. This commission's purposeful delays, deflection, and inaction enables police misconduct. I think it does. This Charter Reform Commission and staff and committees, if it were a business, they would be grossly negligent at this point. And as far as the Director of Public Works issues are concerned, when I spoke with the previous Director, Ryan Jackson, a systemic permitting violation of the law, and he explained that.
Thank you so much. Sheeta is next. After Sheeta, it's going to be Natalie, and then I think we're going to come back to Eric. Sheeta, can you hear us?
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Dr. Shada Ashley. I have repeatedly asked this commission to consider implementing an ombudsman into our charter to deal with systemic corruption. However, I've been rebuffed repeatedly. I absolutely love what former Councilmember Wu advised today about an Inspector General. You can call it an ombudsman or an Inspector General. Any independent body that will eradicate corruption in the city will do. Please, what would it take to get you to consider this? This position should be in addition to the commission, ethics commission, and to the controller's ability to audit. We need it all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Natalie, can you hear us? We're taking you off mute now, Natalie.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, go.
My name is Natalie Champion, and I am a resident of the city of Los Angeles and a board member for the Lineage, Equity, and Advancement Project. I respectfully ask this commission to vote in favor of the Lineage, Equity, and Advancement Project's motions for charter amendments to establish a Los Angeles Freedmen's Agency in the charter for the city of Los Angeles. Additionally, I ask this commission to vote in favor of formally recognizing American freedmen in the city charter. The city of Los Angeles must take responsibility for its complicity in government-sanctioned arms to American freedmen who descend from U.S. chattel slavery and who have endured the vestiges of slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, mass incarceration, and discriminatory public policy. The city must recognize the unique experiences of American freedmen and formalize this recognition within the city charter, while also acknowledging reparations as a municipal responsibility and recognizing anti-Black systemic racism.
Thank you so much. Eric is next, and then after Eric is Marcus, our last virtual. Eric, we are taking you off of mute. Eric, can you hear us?
I can hear you, and I have a quick question before I start. As a candidate, do I get any additional time, or is this just...
No, you only get 1 minute. Go.
All right, so my name is Eric Strong, and I'm here to talk about police reform. I am a candidate for LA County Sheriff. Police reform is much needed and long overdue, and it will not happen until we get somebody that wants to make change and reform. As a Black man that's grown up in LA County, I have a shared experience with many of our community members. I have family members that have suffered from substance abuse, mental health, and even been incarcerated and killed by law enforcement. I've been a victim personally. I have a real 360-degree perspective of what we need. So, it's important. Please get out and take a look at Eric Strong, 4Sheriff Strong, the number 4Sheriff.com. And I encourage this commission to really push this police reform, especially as it comes to our immigrant rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Marcus, we're taking you off of mute, Marcus. Hopefully you can hear us, Marcus.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go.
Yeah, my name is Marcus Champion, and I'm calling in strong, unapologetic support of the motion submitted by the Lineage, Equity, and Advancement Project, LEAP. I'm asking you to bring these motions forward today, to debate them openly and to vote to advance them. These proposals are rooted in documented history and in this city's obligation to confront government-sanctioned harms born of slavery, enforced through Jim Crow, and perpetuated by discriminatory public policy. Establishing the Los Angeles Freedmen's Bureau, recognizing lineage as foundational to equity policy, formally recognizing American freedmen in the charter, acknowledging reparations as a municipal responsibility, and declaring anti-blackness a public emergency are not radical steps, they are overdue. Justice delayed is justice denied. This commission has both the authority and the responsibility to act. Move these amendments forward and incorporate them into the charter reform process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is virtual. We have time probably for 4 or 5 more in person.
Are there any members of the public who did not get to speak who would wish to speak? If you could just line up right here in front of the mic. Chantal, I do see you, but if there's anyone else who has not had the opportunity to speak.
Perfect. All right, 1 minute, go.
Jennifer, good speaking on myself as an individual. 1 minute's kind of ridiculous. We have to like micro machines it. So I contacted you guys. The way you guys do the agendas is redonk. Like you can't just put the room name. You need to put the room number so people can actually find it. There's also not enough information on how to sign up for public comment. And the way that these meetings are run is laughable. Like you need some lessons in running a meeting. What happened last week was embarrassing. It looked like some weak men lashing out because they lost control of the meeting, and it was a waste of everybody's time that came to this meeting. I've come to 3 meetings now to be able to present CIS, and maybe I'll get to this week, who knows, or maybe I'll be driving back downtown yet again during the workday. Thanks.
Thank you. Next. Bring that down. Perfect. All right, 1 minute, go.
I went through several versions of what I wrote, but I don't know if I can say it, but you will have my proposals in the email. When I meet with the client, my name is Chantel Daniels, and I'm a marriage and family therapist. I can already tell what they've been through as soon as they start interacting and engaging with me. I listen. I try to take in what they're saying to me, and it makes a difference. I can take a client from being distressed to here because of my presence. The LA City Charter, you guys have a tremendous job, but you can't do it without us. Now, I'm not saying that we're everything that you need to construct this charter, but we shouldn't be the thing that you leave out. You're looking for answers. We're trying to tell you we have impact. And when you leave impact out of a charter you're creating for the people, you leave out the soul.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Commissioner. Chair Raymond with the RLA Coalition. I am just here to speak to the fact that RLA has been closely following the progress of reform in the city of LA, and we remain optimistic about what can be done to make Los Angeles more representative, equitable, and just. I also want to express my appreciation to the commissioners that spoke out at the last few meetings about the importance of restoring public trust and the need to ensure that there's deliberations on some very complex issues and willing to have those conversations, and despite them being sometimes disposed by the Ad Hoc Committee. For example, Commissioner Luis Sanchez and Yap on January 8th, your committee supported establishing virtual public participation as a permanent option at all government meetings, pending more information on SB 707. However, this was disposed by the Ad Hoc Committee, so I ask that you reopen this for consideration with that information on SB 707. Commissioner Thomas Mackenfield on January 15th, your committee unanimously supported advancing toward.
And thank you so much, Jeremy. Anyone else? All right, that concludes public comment.
I know that we have a number of community impact statements. Do we know how many?
Yeah, in the room and on Zoom, especially Zoom, can you raise your hand first on Zoom and then raise your hand in the room? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in the room, 5 in the room, and one online. Looks like 5 in the room, 1 online. All right, we're gonna do 5 minutes per, so we'll just line up. Please queue up. We'll do the in-person first, and then we'll do the virtual at the end. Alrighty, I'm getting timer ready. Perfect. Thank you, folks, for lining up and your patience. And hold on, to make sure we got the camera unlocked. Thank you for keeping that space for us. All right, go.
Hello again, Commissioners. Conrad Starr, this time representing the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. I am the chair of our Charter Reform Ad Hoc Committee, and we have now filed 3 community impact statements. I previously spoke to 2. The third, which is linked in today's agenda, speaks to the Fuentes-Schlageter motion. That was the motion to transfer follow-ups for constituent services from city council offices to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. In the interest of time, perhaps you can confirm. It's my understanding that this motion is not moving forward. Is that correct? Okay, so I'll spare you a recitation of that long community impact statement. I would like to remind you of some of the contents of our previous 2 CISs. One of them was regarding planning recommendations, and one of those recommendations was to make changes to section 245E. I see that is on tonight's agenda, and the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council does oppose making changes to 245E. We have seen firsthand how important it is to have a backstop when a commission makes a mistake. In our case, it had to do with a city parking lot being about to be changed, have hands changed and have that developed when it was an important community asset in the Larchmont Village neighborhood. And we did have our council member step up and help us to get to the end of that issue. We also submitted a CIS supporting the Los Angeles Neighborhood Council Coalition recommendations, and I know a lot of the bonk recommendations resonate with those Lang recommendations. Issues around neighborhood council budgets, issues around the neighborhood councils having a role in the appointment of the general manager of the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, and thirdly, neighborhood council members being able to speak to city council, to commissions, and to committees when their neighborhood council has filed a community impact statement, and being given separate time to address them that is separate from public comment. And so I look forward to a 4th CIS from our board supporting that, but like I said, we previously supported the Lang recommendations, which did cover those 3 topics. So with that, I'm happy to cede the rest of my time, and I look forward to the bonk presentation. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next. Anyone? Awesome. Okay, and reset. Go. 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Kay Hartman. I'm the president of the Palms Neighborhood Council. I'm also the chair of the Link Committee that produced the Link recommendations. Also an officer with the Budget Advocates. So first thing I just want to say is you need to pick up all the CISs directed to the Charter Reform Commission regardless of there being a council file on or none. I don't think you are. I know you didn't pick up mine. I had to contact staff, and I know of other people who've also, so please check for everything. So that's that. So the Palms Neighborhood Council supports the Link Commissions. We support them unconditionally, all of them. I want to highlight a few. So neighborhood councils shall have the right to speak in person and telephonically before all public meetings of the city in a separate queue from public comment and shall be given 5 minutes to speak. Neighborhood councils shall have the right to speak whenever an item appears on the agenda, even in cases where that item has already been heard by a committee. Neighborhood councils, regardless of the city's position, may deliver to any government agency a statement passed in a Brown Act public meeting, or to any government in which there is quorum. The city may create and require language to indicate the NC is speaking for itself and not the city. Neighborhood councils shall monitor the delivery of city services for all respective areas and the city at large. For the city clerk, it's her opinion apparently that we can weigh in on what she's doing when we agree with her, but we're not allowed to weigh in when we don't agree with her. So I think we really need to codify that we can weigh in anywhere in the city. City departments, commissions, and offices that issue permits, approvals, or regulatory decisions following a public hearing, must give neighborhood councils a minimum of 30 calendar days to weigh in. And they must keep their online records up to date. That doesn't happen, especially in city planning. During budget challenges, I don't want to do that one, Mark is going to address it. The city attorney shall give advice or opinion in writing when requested a neighborhood council president. They give us advice, but they won't write it down, which makes it really hard to figure out later, like what did I really talk about. We have also some ethics. We also, some ethics. I'm not sure I want to go through all of them right now, but there's a lot of stuff in here, and I want to say also that before the last commission meeting, we provided a letter supporting the link recommendations being signed by neighborhood council members and stakeholders. We didn't get it delivered in time for this meeting, but we are up to 118 signatures. If anybody can hear my voice and wants to sign our letter, they can email president@palmsnc.la. I'll send you the link. And if you want to know how to create an independent entity, you can look at the charter markups that we gave the commission for the Office of Transparency and Accountability, which we made independent and wrote up how we thought that could work. So I think the link recommendations has a lot of value, especially if you look at the markups in the charter and not just at the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next. 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Hi, Jennifer Goody, Mid-City Neighborhood Council. We have 2 CISs. Firstly, we support disclosure of ex parte communications. It's recently been stated at the February 5th, 2026 Charter Reform Commission meeting that staff is writing motions for the commission, and they're obviously deeply involved in the work, so their communications with electeds are just as important as those of commissioners. The ex parte communication needs to include staff. We also reject the assertion that ex parte disclosures will lead to political violence made at the above-mentioned meeting as embarrassing and insulting to our intelligence and experience as neighborhood council board members. The next one is Mid-City Neighborhood Council feels that charter reform is of the utmost importance given the state of our local government and the numerous scandals blighting City Hall, creating a lack of trust in governance. The Ad Hoc Committee meetings have been conducted in an inefficient, controversial, and frankly indecorous manner. We respectfully request that the Ad Hoc Committee be dissolved and all of the recommendations from the January 31st, 2026 meeting be disregarded, and that the full Charter Reform Commission re-examine the recommendations provided by community groups, especially those from LINK and the Los Angeles Black Workers Center, and the recommendations on policing reform and disciplinary process. That those here last week to speak on police reforms, or the LAPD was called to remove them, is wild work, guys. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Thank you. And next, Jamie, whenever you're ready.
This is from my neighborhood council. It was passed unanimously last night at our regular board meeting. The Reseda Neighborhood Council has been struggling with the existential meaning of this iteration of charter reform. In our engagement with this process, we have repeatedly found ourselves asking, who is this process for? Who does this process serve? But perhaps most importantly, can this process be saved? Perhaps Angelina should not be surprised by this existential pondering. Nearly a year was squandered by political inaction. As reported in Politico, Bass failed to name appointees to a commission to change the charter for more than 6 months, well before historic wildfires ravaged the city, consigning the effort to purgatory. However, to the Reseda Neighborhood Council, it feels as though we never left purgatory. The issues important to wide swaths of Angelenos disposed on the cutting room floor. An ad hoc committee, the slaughterhouse for reform. In a time of cities spiraling debt obligations, the commission contracts an outreach firm for $408,000 and then limits the public who came to speak. In a time of ever-present questions regarding police reform, including use of force and the rights of the press, the commission's ad hoc rejects grappling with police reform and then uses those same police to silence those who came to speak. Neighborhood councils, desperate to see the systemic changes to save this system of democracy, but their needs summarily disposed. The Reseda Neighborhood Council has to ask itself, why did this occur? Why are those in the leadership on this why have those in leadership on this commission appointed themselves as guardians of the orthodoxy? Philosopher John Stuart Mill once asserted that the problem with any effort to suppress non-confirming viewpoints is that the guardians of the orthodoxy wrongfully presume their own infallibility. What now appears unorthodox or even false may later turn out to be both widely accepted and true. Orthodoxy, if left unchallenged, becomes merely a dead dogma rather than a living truth. Only by encountering alternative ideas does a doctrine, no matter how true, have any meaning or vitality. It was in this commitment to guarding the orthodoxy that the last meeting collapsed. Its collapse was not caused by simply an in-the-moment heightening of tempers. Rather, it stemmed from a systemic breakdown in the standards of social interaction that allowed people of differing viewpoints to engage peacefully. Our diagnosis then is clear. With the Brown Act adhered to only nominally, methods for obtaining the floor altered without notice, and painstakingly developed concerns nearly voted out of existence, the compact of manners and civility had already been breached by those steering the Charter Commission. Procedures must be made clear in advance, and any on-the-fly corrections aligned to tradition and custom. These steps are essential for the Charter Commission to function effectively as a deliberative body, rather than devolving into an ongoing source of dysfunction and embarrassment, whether intentional or not. However, most importantly, the commissioners fundamentally need to answer the question, do you want a charter that rejects our shared political reality for narrow political expediency? Is the charter for the people of Los Angeles or for a limited political class? Before the most recent meeting collapsed, the commission brought out 1999 Commissioner George Kiefer to expound on why he believes the controller should not be able to audit the programs of elected officials. That position is politically expedient for the city family, but the Reseda Neighborhood Council begs you to ask the question, does that serve the people of Los Angeles? When former controller Wendy Gruhl audited City Attorney Carmen Trachanich's workman's comp program, she found more than $3 million a year in unclaimed revenue. That audit resulted in realized reform. Should that not be the goal for the city? Should we not all want to fix the things that are broken within this city? The Reseda Neighborhood Council wants a city that functions. We want a government that is responsive to its people. We want a government that values equity, transparency, and accountability. We believe that the city would benefit from these kinds of substantive changes, such as council expansion, ranked choice voting, lowering the amount of signatures needed to gain access to the ballot, police reform, and considering lowering the voting age to 16. We believe that the commission has the ability to grapple with needed reform. We just hope that they find the political will necessary. As stated, the artificially condensed time frame and outpouring of community feedback and growing distrust, combined with the dysfunction of the leadership of the commission, makes it unlikely that the commission will complete its work. Therefore, we request that the City Council extend the deadline for items to be sent to City Council by at least 2 months.
Thank you so much. Any additional in the room? Yes.
Hello, Commission. My name is Kelly Cole.
Okay, go.
I am a 4-term elected board member and vice president of the Greater Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council. Greater Salute Lake Neighborhood Council voted unanimously to support both Link and the Budget Advocates' recommendations, many of which are also in the bond recommendations you'll hear tonight. Rather than get into the weeds, I just want to say, and as I represent my board tonight, that it's very, very important that this not be some sort of outreach theater. You spent $408,000 of taxpayer money for outreach to the public. $100,000 of that was for outreach to NCs. You have done teaching how to write an effective CIS to you. And yet it seems that most of the recommendations have been dismissed, in secret, without public discussion or anything like that. So that's not good faith. That's not in the spirit of which the outreach was apparently commissioned. I know that in talking to city fabric, the people that you hired, they're feeling stuck between a rock and a hard place. And so that they could speak more honestly to me after this commission had wrapped up. So, this is not a unique position. The people who put together the recommendations of Link and the budget advocates know this government very, very well. They know this city very, very well. And better than most of you, I would say, and for longer. So if you're not going to pay attention to them, who are you going to pay attention to? I know you can't address everything, but you need to look, we need to really look at what the recommendations are. And I would say that in the spirit of not having outreach theater, that if you can't strengthen the simple things that neighborhood councils are asking for, that were in fact enshrined in the charter at the last time we went through this process, then you should disband us. Because if you're not going to make us able to do what we need to do, on a really basic level, I mean, our budgets are 27% of what they were when we were created 25 years ago, if you adjust for inflation. We have nobody that even advocates for our budgets. Dunn doesn't do it, and it's aligned with city clerk's budget, but they don't advocate for us. So if you can't actually strengthen it and take it seriously, and look at all the people you have here that are here spending their time to try to save you. Like, look, we know what we're talking about. If you can't do that, then get rid of it. Take it out altogether, because otherwise it's just theater. And we have too many important things in the city to address to spend time on theater. Well, not real theater, but this kind of performance theater. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else in the room? Was that it? All right, we have one person online. Let me read the name. We are taking the person off of mute right now. Kathy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, 5 minutes, go.
Yes, I'm Kathy Schreiner. I am president of the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council, and I'm presenting the CIS that was approved at our meeting last week unanimously to endorse the recommendations that were put forward by Lang. And I'm not going to go through details because Kate Hartman raised some of the most important ones, but I just want to say that we as neighborhood councils really need the opportunity to provide our advice in a separate queue from regular public comment to all the different city deliberations. And we also need to be able to provide virtual commentary. From Van Nuys to downtown Los Angeles to make a 1-minute comment, it's just not reasonable to expect, and most of my members work during the day anyway. So there are things that are really necessary to make our role as advisors to the city even workable. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Are there any other approved community impact statements from neighborhood councils online? All right, it does not appear that there are any. We're going to move to approval of meeting minutes from our February 5th, 2026 special meeting. The minutes have been printed for your reference, commissioners, and have been posted online and were emailed out. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes of February 5th.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion moved by Commissioner Stein and seconded by Commissioner Sanchez. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, is there any objection to approving the minutes from February 5th, 2026? All right, seeing no objection, the minutes are approved. Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioners, we have a number of additional items before us. There's been a request to take a break. We will take a 10-minute recess. Is there any objection? All right, we will reconvene at 5:56, Commissioners. Thank you. Commissioners, members of the public, I'm going to reconvene the meeting with roll call. Commissioner Andrades. Present. Commissioner Field.
Present.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Present.
Commissioner Levine.
Present.
Commissioner Lewis.
Present.
Commissioner Mack.
Present.
Commissioner Meza is present. Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Sanchez.
Present.
Commissioner Stein. Commissioner Thomas I see. He's here. Commissioner Yap. Here. All right, we have a quorum. We're now going to move to the Executive Director's report on outreach and other matters. Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, sorry, let me borrow a copy of my own report. Here. Again, the report mainly focused on the schedule and bringing that to everyone's attention. First and foremost, as we really hit the stride and can see the finish line for this commission's work to get recommendations to the council no later than April 2nd. At this point, we've had, I want to say, nearly 50 meetings of this commission, which is a tremendous amount of meetings. We are working on the metrics for the number of public comment submitted in person, virtually, written public comment, the number of contacts we've made in various forms, full debriefing from city fabric, and all those things that will be a part of telling your story of getting us to this point and to the finish line. But it's been a lot, and we do have still a lot left in front of us. So for the public and for the commission, I think it's just really important to look and absorb this calendar. It is ambitious. We have not a whole lot of room to, because staff, we need direction from the commission to move forward with writing charter language, and because writing charter language is a team effort working with various city departments, including the city attorney's office, we need time to do that. So that's what the schedule lays out. At the end of it, you'll see that last meeting on March 5th. After that, we plan to be bringing back in batches, chunks, however you want to say it, sections of charter language for you to approve. That is the biggest of deals. We will be bringing back a redlined charter language for you to review, for the public to review, make final comment on, final changes on if needed, and to /amend, and then to approve to send to council. That will take, those approvals will be not just the language, but I want to make sure that this commission is aware that it's going to be the red line language, and I'll just make it up. I'll just use an example. Let's say the commission expands the city council by X. It will be the language that does that, all the changes of the charter that expand the council to X and those impacts, plus mainly taking from a lot of the reports that we've written and then contributed by so many, a sentence or two, give or take, on what that is, with the explanation of the action, and why that action is being taken. So you'll be approving both of those parts. Those are the essential parts to the report that will be sent to council. The action you're taking, the charter languages, the charter changes you are making, and the what and the why. So that will start after March 5th. Having said that, it really is dependent on this commission moving things forward. Not everything, eyes wide open here. I know on probably every, we've talked about buckets. Maybe not every item in every bucket will move forward. But a lot of it, I think, will. I know all of you are passionate about the work that has gone on, especially on your committees. The committees have done some amazing work. So really appreciate everyone kind of looking at this and seeing what lays in front of us, and the work that also on the back end the staff has to do to get us to the meetings after March 5th where we're delivering charter language to you. So that is the bulk of my report, just focusing on that. And I'll just underline the last thing, everything takes 7 votes to approve. So it's, please make sure you have time on the calendar to be here for those dates. Let me know in advance if you have a date that you're going to miss. Now, please let me know by email by the end of the week. But we need not just quorum, we need more than quorum so that these votes have whatever the vote is, that all commissioners participate in these important votes. That concludes my report. Happy to take some questions.
Commissioner Yap.
Thanks for that on the schedule. I'm going to ask that, particularly when it comes to the dates, the fact that they've been moving with some regularity has made it particularly challenging to manage, certainly my own schedule. I know that I will be, I'll just speak for myself, I'll be able to be at these next sets of Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Perfect.
However, the new March dates, which were brought up, I think maybe last week, present a problem because over the course of the time leading up to last week, there was a gap which I had to schedule throughout. So if the dates remain for March after March 5th, I won't be able to attend any of those 4 sets of dates.
Those Tuesdays and Thursday dates?
Those Tuesdays and Thursdays,
okay.
Those next 2 weeks.
I think we've said for a while, I know the chair has definitely said that, we'll be switching to Tuesdays and Thursday meetings. Happy to talk to you offline and addressing some of those timing schedules, but I definitely know it is, wish there were 13 of you, but there are 12 of you, and it's hard to find a schedule that would make, that would work for everyone, but want to make a schedule that works for the vast majority of you. And I'm always happy to talk to you more about flexibility and what we can do.
Okay, so I guess really mine was more of an example, but I think that the challenge is with the movement of the dates. So if we can set certain dates, hold to that, and have some, I think that we're hearing from public comment also the documentation rigor in terms of having it as early as we can, and preferably with more time than we've been having. I think that will help us to make our way through what is a challenging schedule and a challenging amount of material. So the ask is, let's set the dates and, try to stick to that.
Commissioners should plan that with minus a few exceptions based on, you all sending dates that will absolutely not work to the executive director by the end of the week, that we should plan on every Tuesday and Thursday in March. I will also let the commissioners know that depending on the progress that we make, towards the end of March, may need to schedule additional dates as well, so that we advance our final package. But we can assess after receiving any dates that don't work from individual commissioners at the end of the week. It's okay. Commissioner Thomas and then Levine.
it's not just having a conflict of interest. It's also like having a conflict in your date. It's also the fact that it kind of feels like a bait and switch. Like there were people who were calling me from the constituency center in District 8, and I'm saying, yeah, the meeting's here, the meeting's there. And then I find out that the meeting has changed. And so I think we need to be looking at how do we maximize not just our presence here, but also too, that we take into consideration the people who are coming here. You know, I don't think that's an if or if, I think it's a both and.
Absolutely, we will be making it to CD8. That is, and again, congratulations, we've made it to 14 of the 50 districts. CD8, the council president's district, will be our last one. We're working with them on scheduling. We moved this back to City Hall for today, just based on what happened last week. But
so we moved it to City Hall based upon what happened this week. What happened this week?
Last week.
So we moved it to City Hall because
there were hour restrictions, and this was going to be a pretty lengthy meeting.
There were what?
There were restrictions on the hours that we could use the CD8 facility. So this, because of the agenda items that were not.
But that ain't what he said.
I understand.
That's not what he said. What he said was what happened last week. And what I'm saying is, I never at any point felt threatened. I never at any point felt like the police needed to come and kick people out. I just simply felt like because people had fought their way to get here and gone through the kind of trauma that you have to go through to get to downtown at that particular time, I just felt like they should have had the 6 minutes that they required to be able to finish saying what they were saying to us. And so instead of that happening, we called the police. That's what we did. We called the police. And today, we're paying for police to be here. And we've already heard from, I have said that I don't think that they're necessary. The police downstairs, and don't know what city security is like or whatever. But at the end of the day, there was also someone who came here and gave testimony that the salary of 3 police officers can fund an entire city department. And so I'm just saying, we are not city council. We are not. We do not have a reason to be afraid of the people who come here to speak to us. There is no reason whatsoever because they are supposed to be us. We are supposed to be the residents of Los Angeles who have come here to volunteer our time. And so we don't need to weaponize our structure whenever it's convenient against the people who come here. And so, just for the record, we are paying for these officers to be present to do nothing. They have better things to do with their time than to sit here and babysit us. So, I just want to make that clear. Thank you, Justin, for your honesty. I appreciate it. And I understand it. I understand that I'm sure that people in this building believe that the citizens are a tremendous risk to them. Because I see that at every city council meeting. I see that whenever the public is trying to speak, that there is some kind of angst. And I saw that in the representation of the city council person who came here and said that the people, she want to cut public comment because the people who come forward are crazy or they yell at her. But never recognizing that those are your constituents. Whether they are crazy or whether they yell at you. You are supposed to represent everybody. And so who would you prefer to talk to? Who would you prefer to talk to? CEOs, interest groups, paid interest groups. Who would you prefer to talk to over the people? And so, Justin, again, thank you for being honest. I appreciate your honesty. But I just had to say that because we are wasting money with these guys in this room getting paid overtime to be here.
I don't know if they're getting paid overtime, first off. I don't think they are.
Well, they're getting paid. They get paid something.
They're getting paid. But thank you, it's noted. But, you know, I will say for the record that whenever you hold a meeting past a certain time in City Hall is technically a closed building after 5 p.m. So there's no two ways about it. I'm sure commissioners are all aware what happened over the holiday break when the building was broken into. They are also here to protect the building and to make sure that the building is protected. So I don't want to litigate all of that because I just want to focus.
I just gave my opinion. You don't have to respond.
I want to focus on the schedule and make sure that everyone understands and has, you know, time set on their schedules, on their personal schedule for these meetings, what the goal is, and just to make sure everyone's aware that if we don't accomplish things in each meeting, it becomes a domino effect of rolling things over to the next meeting. I get that might happen, but I want to hopefully minimize that and be efficient with our time. Any other questions?
Commissioner Libby.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I appreciate the time pressure that this commission remains under and look forward to moving with alacrity through the many proposals that have come forward to this commission. I want to ask the big dumb question. It's come up at public comment and in other settings, and so I just want to ask it. I think Commissioner Lewis spoke to this 2 meetings ago as well. Could the council, were it so moved, extend the deadline for this commission to complete its work in time to make a ballot initiative for the ballot in November?
I'm looking for the city attorney on the exact date that the council can amend the ordinance to do what they want with the timeline for us. The council has a date to approve it for the November ballot, which is, do you recall, city attorney?
So this is directed by ordinance. So council, is your mic on?
Oh, sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the deadline is determined by ordinance that council passed. It could amend the ordinance with the deadline. I do know that there are practical considerations about council having enough time to do its work to get things on the November ballot. I don't know how far back they can push things, right? I'd have to find that out for you. I don't think they can push it very far. But if the exact question is, could they change the deadline? The answer is yes, they could.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, I just got here. I want to be comfortable.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a question for them. In my conversations with them from the beginning, they've given us a deadline. Walt Disney famously said, "People need deadlines," and that's the deadline that you know, we were all given when we signed up for that. It's up to them. I don't know what the political will is to extend that deadline. I don't want to speak to that.
Can somebody speak to, because I keep hearing about this deadline, I keep hearing about we don't have enough time, we don't have enough time. Have enough time to do what? Not having enough time to do what? I mean, I don't understand.
Sure. Again, you know,
I don't understand.
The sequence is, including today, the commission will take hopefully votes to request staff move forward items that are in front of you today to charter language.
But I'm not talking about the votes. I'm saying because I think that's pretty easy. I think most people have kind of settled on where they are in terms of what they've heard. So I don't think the votes are going to be different. I think the votes are just a process. What I'm saying is, after because I think we could go through all of these today and determine what we want to move forward. I think we could. But what I'm saying is that it sounds like when I see this process is that we put forth recommendations, that there are people who are skilled in legislative writing, that they then would put this into writing. Of course, this would have to be run by legal able to make sure that it's even possible, whatever that process is, to go into the charter. And I'm saying, I don't see any of these recommendations being like 20 pages or 30 pages, or I don't see it.
I will remind everyone of the County of Los Angeles. And their rush process in the end that is, quite frankly, an embarrassment. And we're trying to avoid that and be methodical in the process. And, you know, for a great example is, you know, how the councilwoman at the ad hoc meeting pointed out, just something about like, if you change the number of council members, don't forget that there's a later section about all council members either have to be chairs or serve on a committee. That might have to change if you add X amount of council, because you don't have that many. So those things we have to be very methodical about to make sure that we don't make those mistakes.
So how many pages are we?
And the county is,
so I can wrap my head around it. So how many pages are we expected?
I'm not gonna
in the end process. Just
I'm not gonna guess at that.
Commissioner Field, Andrades, and Mack. Commissioner Field.
I just want to point out, it's easy to Google, the last day for the council to adopt all resolutions placing proposed measures on the ballot, this will be for November of 2026, is June 26, 2026. And it's different, by the way, for voter, petition signature gathering, but that's for when the council's doing it. So it's a tight timeline for them. Even if we get them, they're supposed to do it by April 1st or whatever. They got to review it and do their own research and talking. And I mean, I'm sorry too that everything feels so rushed, but that's the reality.
Commissioner Andrades.
Yeah, I just have a small comment. Even if in our ideal we push it back, the problem is council can't take anything that we say on face value. They have to re-vet everything. And if we ask them to push it back, there's a world where they're like, oh, now we don't have enough time to put it on the ballot. And then it doesn't go on the ballot. And then the new council that meets is actually a different council. So they're like, oh, this happened under the last council. We don't have to put it on the ballot. So we have to make sure that it is done by this timeline so that this city council has the time to put it on the ballot, especially with the Measure G precedent from the supervisor level, where the supervisors, they pass Measure G, then it turns out that part of their reform process actually left off a ballot measure that then is no longer on the ballot. So I think they're going to really scrutinize everything we do, so we have to be prepared to submit things as quickly as possible.
You know, I agree with
Commissioner Mack,
because I'm just trying to figure out why are we talking about not being able to get this done? Because I don't believe that I know that we can get this done. So I really would like to take kind of that off the table, because I think people are using it as a distraction, not individual people who think this way. But but I think we can get this done, and I think we need to move it forward as quickly as possible. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I think just a quick comment. I think for Measure G, I think some of the gaps in what happened with Measure G was that they were editing a not updated charter. And so for staff, please, let's work on the most updated charter for that. So, step one, I'm gonna shift my questions back to scheduling. I have two quick questions. I think on our schedule right now, March 19th is the last day, but I think just for me, commissioners, and the public to know, should we anticipate future meetings being scheduled past the 19th? I think that's a Thursday.
Yes, I will reiterate, Commissioner should plan for the month of March for us to meet every Tuesday and Thursday, and at the end of the month that we may have to schedule additional meetings depending on the progress of our work.
Okay, that's helpful. So end of the month, March, we can all kind of anticipate for the public, just I think reiterating that we might add additional dates for the month of March. My second question, I think I'm referring back to a previous executive director staff report, which is from February 5th. I think you mentioned that you're going to do a update report on mini grants outreach work. Wanted to see if that's
I wanted this one to focus so much on the schedule that I didn't want to, so it will be for the next meeting, definitely. Which I'll probably have an update by the end of the week on mini grants and the status and everything. That will be separate from this, but yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I
just
just
wanted
wanted
to
this,
follow up.
just wanted to focus on the schedule because I know I go backwards, but yeah, thank you for bringing that up. But my goal is by the end of the week to have an update on mini grants.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. We are now going to proceed to the presentation on potential charter-related recommendations from the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners. I'll hand it to the Executive Director.
Fantastic, thank you. We do have the leadership of the Board of the Neighborhood Councils please come forward. And I know we have done leadership here as well. And it's going to be a 20-minute presentation, a maximum, and then we'll have some time for question and answers after that. If you want to, we're going to fix the camera to get it on you as well. I think we're getting your presentation up on the screen, so you can bear with us just for 2 shakes while we get that on the screen for everyone. Commissioners do have copies at the dais as well. Okay, get on the screen, got the camera ready. Alrighty, please go ahead and introduce yourself and begin.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Keren, Vice President of the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners. And it's a pleasure to be with you this evening. And joining me is Commissioner Douglas Epperhart, who is the Chair of the Charter Reform Committee for our Commission. I did want to take a moment to thank you all for your condolences and your kindness and your grace due to the passing of the late President Emeritus Joy Atkinson. So thank you for allowing us this opportunity to present to you this evening. And I introduce to you Commissioner Douglas Epperhart.
Thank you, Keren. I'm going to make this as brief as possible. I think this has been out there for quite a while, so hopefully you've had time to go through our presentation already. If you pop to the next slide, I think it's important before we begin to do this little bit of explanation about what the neighborhood council system is, because it is absolutely unique within the structure of the government of the City of Los Angeles. It is unlike anything else. Now, I know we tend to think in terms of hierarchies with departments, commissions, mayor, etc., but this is something very different encapsulated within Article 9, in that you essentially have these 3 components which rest side by side, because this is not a hierarchical structure. You have the city departments, neighborhood empowerment, city attorney, city clerk, which are there to facilitate the operations of neighborhood councils. There is a commission on which Keren and I serve. We are there to be policy makers. And so in a sense, we bridge between the neighborhood councils and the department. But then you also have the 99 neighborhood councils, approximately 1,800 neighborhood council board members, and countless other neighborhood council volunteers who serve on neighborhood council committees, serve as volunteers for events and other things, and some of whom are just interested community activists who show up at neighborhood council meetings, but are influential in their own right. But what I want to make clear to everybody is that, again, this is not a normal bureaucratic hierarchy. The Department of there's a lot of mythology about it that's grown up over the last quarter century. The Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners, we are not there to tell neighborhood councils what to do. We are there to help facilitate what they do. Now, sometimes I know the neighborhood council folks, and I serve on a neighborhood council and have off and on for the last decade. Keren has served on it, and so have most of the commissioners, so we're fairly well informed about what it's like to be on sort of the different sides of this creature that is neighborhood councils in the City of Los Angeles. But the most important thing to understand about neighborhood councils, you have heard the phrase, the voice of the people. That's what they are here to be. They are, in a sense, aggregators of their neighborhoods and their communities' voices. Sometimes they talk to other parts of the city government about what is important to them within a square block, on a single street, within their community or a neighborhood. And sometimes, as with the regional and the LA Neighborhood Council Coalition of Budget Advocates, they all come together on the big picture items. But understand that they are an asset to be nurtured. And hopefully in the recommendations that we will follow with, you will get the idea about why this is important. Next slide, please. So just to give you an idea of how much work that the commission has put into this. Back in September, we had at the Congress of Neighborhood Councils, attended by several hundred neighborhood council folks and others, a workshop where Commissioner Fuentes was present, as was Councilmember Tim McCosker, for example, to talk about a number of these things. We've held 2 online town halls for neighborhood council folks. We have had numerous hours looking at the community impact statements, as well as additional comments that have come to the commissioners, both collectively and individually. And I don't even want to talk about the number of hours I've spent on the phone with various neighborhood council folks. Some of them are in this room. Hi, Jamie. So we have had a tremendous amount of input. And the process for the commission and our committee on the commission, the 3 of us who've done this, was to go through everything and essentially try to winnow it down to eventually the top 3. The things that we have heard over and over and over again as being the most critically important to neighborhood councils. Next slide, please. Recommendation. This is the first thing we've heard, and I know all of you have heard it too. Neighborhood councils all over the city come together on issues and create positions. They file community impact statements with the city council, with commissions. They send letters, many to the mayor's office, for example, as well as their individual council members. But it's also very important to come before these organizations and entities and to be able, frankly, to look people in the face and say, our community has told us that they want us to bring this message to you. And when you're number 28 in the queue at City Council and you're given 60 seconds to talk about something that you're there to represent, in my neighborhood council, 28,000 residents, untold people who work there, own property there and have the interest in the community. That minute goes like that. And so this recommendation is to say every official meeting in this city, city council meetings, city council committee meetings, all city commission meetings, need to have a separate time on their agenda and adequate time, you've heard the number 5 minutes over and over again, to be heard. I will give you all a tremendous amount of credit for honoring that. Some commissions in the city in particular do that, but when it comes to city council, unfortunately, they don't. Very seldom do they do that. So that is important. The other thing that's important is that LA is a big city, far-flung. I mean, from my driveway to City Hall is 26 miles, one way. I know Keren has a lengthy drive, and so do a lot of folks in this room. So if neighborhood councils can have the ability to do this via telephone, online, remotely, it will help add volume to the voice of the people. Did you have something you want to add to that, Karen?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Doug. And I will add also, as a 44-year resident of the San Fernando Valley and 24 years in Granada Hills North, on behalf of the entire San Fernando Valley, thinking that we don't have equity or inclusion, our neighborhood councils are unable to be heard, because the only way they can be heard is to drive maybe 2, 3, depending if there's a SIG alert or a catastrophe, as we all know we have in our city, to make a 1-minute comment, and their comment is commingled with the general public comment. And so they do so much service on their boards to weigh in and approve the community impact statement. But the next aspect of that is for them to come before city council if they choose, or if there are a number of reasons why board members may be unable to attend in person, which are they may have maybe working 2 or 3 jobs, they may have mobility issues, they may have transportation inequity, and they may be of advanced age. They may also, because it's an unpaid role, they work during the day, and those who work at night are sleeping during the day. So allowing the neighborhood councils to have the telephonic option will allow them to serve in the roles that their stakeholders they were either elected, selected, or appointed to do. And this, taking this option will allow equity for all, and not just, and even though I'm speaking for the Valley because I am from the Valley, I'm also speaking on behalf of South Central Los Angeles, East Los Angeles, all the single parents. I was a single parent myself, so it is important to take that into consideration on this particular matter. Thank you.
Okay, next slide. Okay, the next recommendation has to do with a historical situation that occurs every time we have a change of regime within the city of Los Angeles. I have, since I first did this 25 years ago, actually even longer, because I was involved in this effort to create neighborhood councils prior to the city charter that was adopted in 1999. I think I've been through 8 general managers of the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, as well as 4 mayors, I think. And I can tell you, every time something happens with the change of administration, there tends to be new management, particularly at the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. Sometimes it's the city attorney's office. And these things greatly affect neighborhood councils. There have been attempts in the past by some administrations to involve neighborhood council folks in making these choices, but all too often there is not. Now, we are not terribly specific with this recommendation. I know you have received community impact statements as well as the lengthy volume produced by the LA Neighborhood Council Coalition that addresses some of this. And rather than trying to pick one particular answer, we're just simply saying it is very important that the folks most affected by those who are put there to help them, to assist them, that they have a say in who those people are. Because I can tell you, I have had, in the years that I have done this, dealings with folks within the administration who are range from actively hostile to benign neglect to embracing neighborhood councils and their mission. And then next slide. This one I think is very, very important because, as someone once said, a budget is a statement of government's priorities. And anyone who has been in the neighborhood council system, including within the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment and the city clerk and the city attorney, etc., certainly this commission will tell you, over the last quarter century, the promise that the Charter of 1999 made to the people of Los Angeles in terms of neighborhood councils, frankly, has not been kept in the sense of giving the resources that is needed to fulfill the twin missions of making government more responsive and bringing more and more people and their voices into some role of influence in the city government. And so what we are proposing is that, and this can be one or two sentences, it's not hard, that within the city charter, dedicated funding to the neighborhood council system of 1/10 of 1% of the general fund, that's not even the entire budget, it's merely the general fund, be dedicated annually to this system, with 50% of that being allocated to the 99 neighborhood councils and 50% of that being dedicated to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. If that were the case this year, the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, whose budget was approximately $3.1 million, and which is anticipating layoffs of staff and increasing workloads of staff, their budget would have been $4 million, which is about what they're asking for the coming fiscal year. For neighborhood councils who received $25,000, half of what they got 25 years ago, this year they would have received $40,000 each. Still not 50, but a significant amount more than the 25. And more importantly, it would establish a baseline of funding for the neighborhood council systems that would probably increase year by year, assuming that we don't have some massive depression again. So those are our recommendations to you. I ask you to please, again, you've heard the voices of the people. Some of us have worked a quarter of a century trying to bring the voice of our communities to city government. And so if there is anything you can do to help make that voice more meaningful, keep the promises that were made in 1999 to the people of Los Angeles and their neighborhood councils. Please do it. Thank you very much for giving us the time. And if you have any hard questions, Keren will answer them. Easy questions, I will take.
Commissioner Field.
Thank you so much for helping us all understand. I'm going to call it the three-legged stool, what you put on one of these pages where, the department, the bank, and the actual 99 councils. I hope, well, you'll decide if it's easy or hard. What I'm trying to understand is whether what you bring us today are the one and only uniform recommendation from the whole neighborhood council structure, or is it just bonk and then the individual 99 all have different perspectives? How uniform is this in terms of coming from, let's say, the majority of those neighborhood councils?
Well, okay. All right. Because I've been living this for the last several months. Essentially what happened is understand that we do not speak for the neighborhood councils, we speak for the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners. We do not speak for the department or any other city entity, just us. But what we have done, again, we have looked at everything. And understanding how hard what you're all trying to do is, we said, okay, can we boil this down to as few really critical things as possible? And these are the three. At one point there were 7, but we squeezed it down to 3 for you. So,
Excuse me, Chairman Meza, just who are you? In other words, are you one from each of the 99 neighborhood councils? I mean, who is Bonk relative to the councils?
The Board of Neighborhood Commissioners is a policy-setting oversight commission. We work in collaboration with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, but our specific role is policy setting and oversight. And there are 7 commission regions. I am the North Valley Commissioner. Commission President Leonard Schaefer is the South Valley Commissioner. Commissioner Epperhart is from the Harbor. And the late Commissioner Atkinson represented South Central Los Angeles. Commissioner Randall Irving represents West Side Los Angeles. And Commissioner Quiros represents East Los Angeles. And Commissioner Wiebe represents the...
And how are the 7 of you selected?
We are recommended to the mayor, and we are appointed by the mayor and confirmed by Los Angeles City Council.
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner Lewis and then Commissioner Levine.
Thank you both for the presentation. And I have a similar question, I guess, to Commissioner Field. And I don't know if I should be posing this to 2 of you or folks who actually serve on the neighborhood councils, but there was a young woman earlier who spoke. I think I'm looking at her, I'm not sure, but she talked about basically if the neighborhood councils aren't going to be empowered and strengthened, then why have them? Just disband them. And that resonated with me. I thought, voila, exactly, that's what I've kind of been thinking the whole time here. But I have 2 questions for you. I do agree that a budget is certainly a reflection of values, whether it's government, households, whatever. You look at someone's budget, you can tell what they find important. So I think $25,000 is pretty paltry. I'm with you there. In terms of making sure that there is, the neighborhood councils have a voice. There's equitable input, I'd say. My question or concern is wondering, is there equity across neighborhood councils? Or do certain councils kind of monopolize the voice, so to speak? So, like, my neighborhood council, I haven't heard of them this whole time I've been serving on the commission. Some of you probably know which council I live in, you probably don't know. I won't name it right now, but I haven't heard that council come up at all. So I'm wondering, from your perspective, would we be getting true equity, true input from all of Los Angeles if certain neighborhood councils are still marginalized from the process? So that's one question. The other is, from a practical standpoint, there are 99 neighborhood councils. How would you suggest all 99 have an opportunity to give input at a city council meeting, committee meeting, commission meeting, etc.? How would that work?
all right, you've touched upon one of my favorite subjects. Neighborhood councils were created in a sense as a way for people, plain old people, right, to walk into an open door of city government. Before I did this, people called me a community activist. I worked with residents of associations and whatnot, and the hardest thing of all was just to find stuff out. I mean, all of a sudden the street was being torn up or a building was going up and people were like, where did this come from? I mean, at least with neighborhood councils, planning sends us every other week a list of projects in our area. So, that is a help. But in terms of diversity, equity, and all of the rest of it, it comes with, there is a price to pay to be involved in a neighborhood council. I have my background as economics, and I talk about the marginal utility of volunteering for community activities. what is it worth to you as a person to give of your time, quite often to be away from your family, you know, or if you're working extra jobs. When we talk about diversity too, everybody tends to think in terms of race and ethnicity, and not age, not gender expression, not my favorite, socioeconomic status. I mean, that is probably the greatest weakness of the neighborhood council system, are the folks who are able to be involved tend to be a lot wealthier than most Angelenos. I mean, I've worked very hard.
You're reading my mind.
What's that?
You're reading my mind.
Well, yeah, I mean, anybody who's done this for any time sees it. It's there. But in order to fix it, in order to bring other neighborhood councils into a place where folks are willing to invest in them, you have to give them the tools to be influential in government. I mean, everything that we recommend speaks to that. You know, I can't go out to people and say, I need you to give 2 hours a month, or 4 hours a month, or 6 hours a month, when you could be working, earning money, or, you know, playing with your kids, reading them bedtime stories, you know, and on and on and on, until I can say, this city is invested enough in giving you a voice via the neighborhood council. I mean, the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, which is there to assist, you know, they're managing to put on things like webinars for neighborhood council folks to be able to help them do outreach on, you know, nothing. I mean, literally, we're getting to the point where we're able to do everything with nothing, you know the old saying. But it is hard for me to go and try to recruit someone into this system without being honestly able to say, the rest of the city has your back and really wants to hear from you. And so these recommendations that we made, they all speak to the idea of, if we can get these things as a minimum, then we can go out and say to people, you can be an influencer in your own community, in your own life, and not a victim of government. I don't know if that helps, but...
No, it helps. I appreciate it.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I would like to add also, we have an opportunity every year to receive nominations for the Neighborhood Council of the Year award, and we get, so it's like a bio of the work they're doing in their communities. And this was my first experience as commissioner reviewing these bios, and I have to say, commissioners, it was very impressive. In all the communities, and I highlight South Central Los Angeles, East LA, because it might take more for them to do the work, but just in doubling their sizes of their neighborhood councils, their outreach in the communities, homeless services, senior services, and that's what really impressed me. And the work during the COVID pandemic, there were neighborhood council board members throughout the system, myself included, that shopped for the advanced age stakeholders who were afraid of contracting COVID. So there's good work to be done. And I mean, there are some that, you know, if it's not a certain way, then maybe they don't want it. But this is a great, you know, we are liaisons with City Hall and the community. We are the voices that keep the city council members apprised of what's happening in their communities, because we are filling those gaps that they can't see. So the great value, like most of you, I didn't know what a neighborhood council was either, but it is of great value, and that's why I'm still here. This is my 9th year.
Thank you for that. And let me just say, I mean, the value of neighborhood council input, I mean, I've been sold on that for a long time. So I'm part of the congregation there. So my two questions again are rooted in concerns about diversity and equity across councils. And secondly, which I don't know if you addressed, from a practical standpoint, how would all 99 councils have an opportunity to present input at any one of these sessions, city council, committees, commissions, what have you?
Well, at the neighborhood council level, each neighborhood council has a board meeting some in person, some virtually, and the voices of the communities are heard at that time. The Department of Neighborhood Empowerment is led by our General Manager, Carmen Chang, and there is a staff assigned to each of those regions to assist the councils with more of the administration levels. And there's always a team available to assist. Case in point right now, with the passing of Commissioner Atkinson, Commissioner Irving and I have stepped in to assist South Central. So we work together as a team with the neighborhood empowerment advocates from the department, and we work with as matters come up, we are available to assist them. So it depends on what the need may be, but we're always available to either provide input and guidance. It's a great team, and they do excellent work.
I think in sum, for me, I think these are solid recommendations. I think they're great. My concern is that this would present an opportunity for all, and I just chose a few.
Yes, that's right. So it's for all the neighborhood councils.
Yes, I do know which neighborhood council. Anyway, this is the other thing. Neighborhood councils are not uniform. They are true grassroots democracy. The people who serve on them are elected by the people in their communities. And by the way, the city clerk has actually thrown out the idea of canceling neighborhood council elections for financial reasons for next year. Something I think that we should not countenance. I mean, who would ever think of canceling an election? That's a rhetorical question. So, you know, they're all separate, and they're like 99 different people. And some of them are really good at this, and some of them are not so good. But the other thing, and again, back to the recommendations, particularly the financial recommendations, the bureaucratic burden, you know, and George Kiefer talked to this when he had the question about unintended consequences. When the neighborhood councils first started, I mean, it was what some of us characterized as the y'all come organization. We just threw open the doors and said, come on in, everybody's welcome. We held, my neighborhood council had 1-year terms. We elected boards every year at an annual meeting, a town hall meeting. But what has happened over the 25 years since is you have had a situation in which the rest of city government, frankly, has been working hard to hammer the square pegs of the neighborhood councils into the round holes of the bureaucracy. And so there has been this constant additional burden. I mean, I could talk for an hour about the paperwork, the insane things that we try to do for our community that gets shut down by the city attorney who, God forbid, somebody should trip and fall, you know, at a public safety fair, surrounded by paramedics. You know, and on and on and on. You know, the paperwork. You know, at one point, they were upset about the fact that you might serve pizza at a meeting because the individual slices weren't wrapped, and it might be a health issue. I mean, these are the kinds of things that those of us out there trying to fight for the things our community want are being told, oh, take that off your agenda. Because why? I mean, it literally comes down to sometimes the city clerk said they don't like your wording.
I have Commissioner Levine and then Commissioner Thomas with our last question. Commissioner Levine.
I didn't mean it about talking.
It's okay.
Thank you for coming and presenting. And we heard a number of meetings ago from Blank, who echoes echoed some of the same concerns. And a question for you about one recommendation that that group also made, which was input into Bunk and Dunn leadership. And similar to Commissioner Lewis's question, there are 99 councils. What's the mechanism, the proposed mechanism for providing that input?
That must be an easy question. I've seen various proposals. I think probably for the commission and for general manager who are mayoral appointees, the most likely would be a situation in which neighborhood councils, either by region or maybe all 99, are asked to submit names that could then be vetted, and perhaps 3 or 5 would be presented to the mayor. Now remember, commissioners are appointed by region. So in the case of a commissioner, my region only has 7 neighborhood councils. Some, I believe, have 14. Oh, you have 17. Okay, I think Keren has the most. So you would be saying to the 7 Harbor or the 17 North Valley, okay, give us names, and those names get vetted, and then, here are the, say, top 3, and then the mayor would pick. I mean, that would seem to be a logical way to go about it, I would think. I mean, the idea of that letting neighborhood councils elect them, I think a lot of neighborhood councils would love to do that, but having served both on a neighborhood council and on a commission, it's like riding 2 horses at once sometimes, so.
I recall the last general manager, we were all allowed to submit names, input names, and they did the research. And with the commission, there's some community people from the mayor's office, people such as yourselves who may know the work of an individual and submit those names for consideration.
I have 2 other questions, but I'm going to ask one. My question is about the budget and the budget set aside. I'm curious, as a matter of principle, I respect the great task you're asked to do with limited funds. As a matter of principle, I am skeptical of budget set-asides from a charter document and asking voters to make those decisions that would tie the hands of the council and the city in perpetuity. But I want to better understand the mechanisms through which the budgets of the neighborhood councils might have better advocacy. Sometimes the budgets are a matter of incentives. You don't have the structure between the 3-legged stool that Commissioner Field described of having an accountable individual with power in City Hall to advocate for you. I feel like that's the essential pain point that leads to budgets that are not sufficient for the work of the neighborhood councils. If we're looking at charter reforms broadly, are there recommendations of the Board of Neighborhood Councils that would strengthen incentives for city officials to advocate for the neighborhood councils, not in one charter document, but in budgets year after year?
Like everything that the city government does, it all boils down to politics. And that means the mayor and the 15 members of the city council. And again, I've worked with a lot of them over the years. There are members of city council who would love to see neighborhood councils disappear. There are members of the city council who have embraced neighborhood councils and understand that that really gives them a much greater insight into communities. And honestly, every year, it is a roll of the dice for neighborhood councils. as to who's sitting on that council, what their attitude is toward neighborhood councils. In terms of an actual incentive, I don't think there is one. Because, again, in a democracy, we don't get to pick the leaders ourselves. We and a few hundred other thousand people maybe get to pick the leaders. And, you know, who knows what we're going to ultimately end up with. And this is part of it, too, for neighborhood councils. You know, we're legislative bodies, bound by the same rules, and what we do is politics. That's the dynamic by which neighborhood councils operate. We're elected people. And I've been through enough neighborhood council elections. Some people don't get reelected. I mean, that's what democracy is. You know, I can only say that ideally, neighborhood councils will be given the assets and the voice to allow them to prove to the community their influence. And when that really begins to happen, and maybe when the city council members, at least some of them, see the value of that voice.
Commissioner Thomas, you have our last question.
Thank you all
for being here. It sounds like to me, and I want to make sure that I'm hearing you correctly, this is my takeaway. My takeaway is that the city has put a wonderful apparatus in place, a wonderful process, if I might say, to include the voices of the people. But because of what they have done and the way that they have mismanaged, that it is more performative than it is anything else. And I think that this is a problem not just for neighborhood councils. What you highlighted as who is able to sit on neighborhood councils, multiply that times 10,000 and you get who's able to sit on a commission like this, right? And so there's a way in which, just the way this is done, that it never embraces the voices of the people. And so I would just suggest, first of all, you have not asked for enough money for anybody to be quivering over. That's the first thing. I mean, if we want to quiver over some money, let's quiver over the LAPD budget. But we don't want to touch that. We want to increase that. So I would just say to neighborhood councils, don't be discouraged. This is LA politics. This is the kind of city that I think the powers that be want. One that is disconnected, one where people are fighting, and one where the only people whose needs get met are those who have very few of them. And so, I would just say, keep pushing. I'm with y'all. I am for every one of the reforms because I don't think that we should be asking for you to give comment and for you to give recommendations and then we unilaterally, because we don't think they're politically expedient and we're not politicians, that we just dismiss them out of hand. And so, thank you all for your presentation. I understand it a whole lot better now. I didn't know the difference between neighborhood council and neighborhood empowerment, so I appreciate that, so thank you.
Let's give our presenters a round of applause, please. Commissioners, we now move to item number 2, which is consideration and possible approval of a report from the Ad Hoc Committee on potential planning and infrastructure limited to the issues that have been agendized. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the city clerk to come to the dais and explain the process of which we are going to consider these items. After that, I am going to ask Commissioner Murray, who led the subcommittee on planning and infrastructure, to give some remarks, and then after that, if Commissioner Stein, who chaired the ad hoc committee, wants to give any additional remarks. But I will hand it to the city clerk to walk us through the process.
Can I ask a process question first?
Yes.
Just to do like a bit of a time check, I realize we're already at 7 p.m. and some change. Is there any way to possibly move up the ex parte motion on the agenda?
We're going to continue with the items as agendized.
And so are we also not dealing with the motion that, about the ad hoc committee that dissolves it. I mean, I know the last meeting.
That is on the agenda. We're just going through the agenda in order, but it is on there.
Because the reason that I say that is that I think an amendment to that motion should be to discard with all of the recommendations from the ad hoc committee, given the lack of trust and confidence that people have had in it. And so if that be the case, if we do that, then we wouldn't probably need what we're about to do now.
We can address that when we get to the agenda item. City Clerk.
Good evening, Commissioners. Before you is item number 2, I believe, and the Commission is going to be taking up 8 recommendations related to the planning and infrastructure recommendations that came out of your ad hoc committee. I would recommend, and if the Commission would like, that the Commission take up these recommendations separately, just so that if the Commissioners do have questions or concerns or comments that they would like to make or enter into discussion about these recommendations, that those recommendations specifically be held on the table, and the other recommendations can be voted on together as a whole.
So to reiterate, what we will do is we will, City Clerk, because this is our first round of doing this, I want you to fill in or correct me if I'm reiterating it incorrectly. We're going to consider these items individually. However, at first we will say, do we want any pulled for discussion? The ones that then will be pulled first. Then we'll take a vote with the things that have not been pulled.
That's correct, sir. So if I may, I can assist the Commission in this process. So before you, if you look at the agenda, there are 8 bullet points for item number 2. So we can label those as recommendations 1 through 8, going from top to bottom. Now, I can call up item 1, or recommendation 1, through all through recommendation 8. And if commissioners have any specials, or if the commissioners would like to hold that recommendation on the desk for further discussion, they can let the commission and myself know, and we'll make a mark. And for all of the other recommendations, the recommendations 1 through 8 that are not held for special, the commission will then be able to act on all of those in a batch.
Commissioner Field.
Yes, as a matter of clarity, could we in future agendas have these numbered? I mean, you know, in order to deal with this, it would be so much easier if we could say, I'd like to pull item 6 instead of reading it. It would be very helpful to have numbers on anything that comes forward in future agendas. Thank you.
And Commissioner Field, that's a great suggestion. For the council, we like to employ a procedure where for sub-bullets, or in this case, these round bullets that you see on the agenda, we use lower alpha labeling, just so that it doesn't conflict with the item number itself. So that's just a note for staff.
Or, well then, let's use letters. I mean,
Lower
some way to
alpha.
make it easier to identify one from the other.
Yes, Commissioner Fuentes.
I was just going to also piggyback off of what Commissioner Field was highlighting. If that same numeric or alphabet system can also be implemented in the public charter reform item tracker, I think that would be really helpful.
Noted, yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Fuentes.
So, Commissioners, would you like for me to change these to lower alphas right now as we go into polling some recommendations for this?
Yes, please. And so I do have a question. So just so I'm clear, so these are the recommendations from the ad hoc committee, right?
That's correct.
No, right?
That's correct.
Yes. And so those things that were not included with the ad hoc committee, how do we bring those things forward? Because there were things that were not included. And that's part of the problem.
Commissioner Thomas, what commissioners can do is, so this is on the planning and infrastructure bucket. If there is an item in planning and infrastructure that is not included, commissioners can make a motion that they would like to consider an item that is not on this list. If that motion is approved, it will be agendized for a future commission meeting.
So this, I would call it a rubric, right? That you are suggesting. That's what I would call it, a rubric, right? The way we're gonna make this decision. Does this just apply for planning and infrastructure, or is this the rubric for how we will make decisions moving forward?
The commission can choose to take a vote on the recommendations however they like. I am here today as a representative from the Office of the City Clerk to help facilitate the process in which how the commission would like to proceed. For today,
Can I ask you a more personal question?
Yes.
Why do you think you're needed? Or why were you asked to be here? Or why do you think that we couldn't figure this out? No, we need your direction. I'm just asking.
That's a very fair question. So my title is Senior Legislative Assistant, and I oversee the section of the Office of the City Clerk that manages and facilitates council and committee meetings. So I bring with me experience managing all of the legislation that passes through the City Council, from the committee level all the way to the council level. And once the commission was ready to take votes on sending recommendations over to the City Council, I was going to, as I am here today, be available and be of use to facilitate the process.
So we are voting today on what goes to City Council.
I believe you're voting on a number of recommendations that will be sent to City Council.
That will be sent.
We're sending to staff to draft charter language, and then the staff at a subsequent meeting will come back, as Justin explained in his executive director's report, with the red line charter language for our final review, potential modification, and approval.
But it's not important that we know as commissioners and that the community knows who has given input. I mean, this is the thing that I'm saying. It's like, now there is yet another layer that we weren't aware of. And the only thing that I can conclude is that it's based on what happened at the last meeting. That's the only thing that I can conclude. And the way that I saw the last meeting and the way that you all saw the last meeting, we are as far as East is from the West in terms of what happened. And so it's nothing against you. I'm sure that you are aptly qualified to do whatever you're standing in front of us to do. That's not what I'm questioning. I'm just questioning how it just appears that whenever there is a move by the people to be heard, it seems like the goalpost gets moved. And to me, you're representing yet another goalpost. Not that that's what you are, but I'm saying given from start to finish. And so, I personally would think that it should be up to the commissioners to decide how we make these decisions, and then we run them by you, and then you determine whether or not the way in which we're doing it is fair and equitable or constitutional. So I'm sure that becomes an issue too, or violates some kind of, as opposed to, it seems like you and Ray have had a conversation, and that this has already been predetermined how this is going to go, how we're going to look at this, and how we're going to vote on this. I'm not saying you came up with it, but even if you did, we needed to be a part of that conversation. So the very thing that the community is saying even applies to us who are sitting here. We're not a part of these conversations that are taking place. That's why we want ex parte communication. Because we're not a part of these conversations, and we keep seeing this over and over and over again. And by now, I think a normal human being would be embarrassed of the same thing happening over and over again and gaslighting commissioners and the community acting as if it's not going on. Now, this is not a lecture for you at all, sir. I'm sure you're a very nice person. Thank you so much, but I just had to make that evident. I had to make that evident, because that's what it's looking like to me.
And just to be clear, thank you for your comments, Commissioner Thomas. I think those are very valid points. The Office of the City Clerk is not here to impose how the Commission goes about and votes on this business. If the Commission would like to take the vote on the recommendations in a different manner, that is all above board, totally okay with us. I am just here to be a resource.
Thank you. Thank you.
City Clerk, appreciate your responses. If you could please continue to facilitate as you take us through this process of voting.
Yes. For item 2, we have 8 bullets, and those would be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, going from top to bottom. So if there are any members who would like to call some of these recommendations special, I believe the chair can then recognize the commissioner and we can make those notes.
Commissioner Field.
Yes, and I have done A through H, and I would like to pull the item related to recreation and parks for more discussion, and I will propose a different version of what to do about rec and parks.
All right, so that's F.
I think it's F, yes.
Any other commissioners wish to pull an item as special?
I think special.
245E.
Okay, so that is E. So we will also pull E as special. Any other items that commissioners wish to pull as special?
I want to pull,
Mike.
I'd like to pull the infrastructure planning on just one very small issue that we took up. I don't know if it was in subcommittee with Commissioner Murray or if it was ad hoc. I think it was subcommittee on whether or not a specific percentage should be put in for infrastructure on an annual basis. That's
So about budget.
Yes, I want to add that in. That's the only part of the recommendation that I'm seeking to get the full commission to vote on.
What we will do on that one is we will discuss the process for that after we go through the ones that have been agendized.
Okay.
But I've noted that. Any other commissioners wish to pull any of these items as special?
I would like to pull streamline quasi-judicial decision-making processes.
H. Got it. All right, we have pulled E, F, and H as specials. City Clerk, you can proceed.
And Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if B was pulled special by Commissioner Stein.
No, Commissioner Stein is a separate matter.
Understand. So before the commission are recommendations A, B, C, D, and G, and I can read those out from the agenda so that the members of the public can follow along. Recommendation A would be empower Director of Public Works. Recommendation B is codify capital infrastructure planning. Recommendation C is replace APCs with a 5-member Board of Neighborhood Appeals. Recommendation D is allow Area Planning Commission to consider issues de novo in appeals. And recommendation G is amend section 104E floor area ratio limit of 13 to 1. So those recommendations are before the commission to be voted on as a batch.
Well,
I pulled 24E.
No, because E, F, and H were pulled as special, so he did not.
We won't vote on those till we discuss them.
So E, because 245E
Was pulled as special.
Right, and
To discuss
he included it, I thought, when he read it.
You just read through the list?
Yeah.
Did you read through the entire list or just the ones that were not pulled?
I read the items that were not pulled, but I can read them again just so that everyone is on the same page. So before the commission, to be voted on as a batch would be recommendation A, empower Director of Public Works. Recommendation B, codify capital infrastructure planning. Recommendation C, replace APCs with a 5-member Board of Neighborhood Appeals. Recommendation D, allow Area Planning Commission to consider issues de novo in appeals. And recommendation G, amend section 104E, floor area ratio limit of 13:1.
Commissioner Field.
Well, I hope we're at the point. I would like to move that we move.
There'll be discussion, absolutely. Why don't we do this? Commissioner Field, after I'm going to have Commissioner Murray give remarks as the subcommittee chair, and then Commissioner Stein, if he wants to add anything as the chair of the ad hoc, and then we will take your motion to approve the bundle after that. Commissioner Murray.
I just have a question about the Commissioner Yappier. C and D seem to be in conflict if the placement of APCs occurs. Is that so? Maybe that will be covered in the.
So, Commissioners, I understand that we've been here for a little bit over 3 hours. I really want to make sure that all commissioners are clear on the process that we are using. And so that's why I had the city clerk explain in detail twice. If there are items that commissioners wanted to discuss, you would have to pull them as special. Neither of those items were pulled as special. However, when we get to Commissioner Field's motion to approve the ones that were not pulled as special, we can have that discussion.
Thanks, I understand that process. I was thinking that I was missing something in C and D, so I didn't pull it as special because I thought it was an easy clarification. If that's not the case.
And then Commissioner Murray will explain in her remarks.
So, we've had, I don't know how many subcommittee meetings. We've taken extensive input from the community and also from the Department of Planning and the Board of Public Works. And we have gone through these, I want to say ad nauseum, to have a clear planning and infrastructure reform. Just briefly, empowering the Director of Public Works, we decided that we would like the capital infrastructure plan to be in the charter, and that the person who would be coordinating those efforts would be the Director of Public Works. As you all may or may not know, if you were engaged in the process or were able to follow some of the subcommittee meetings, there was a Director of Public Works, but that position was sidelined. So we want to add language that would make sure that that person was not sidelined. And but they do have more specific. We made the duties more specific for them to be the person who coordinates with all of the different departments, the capital infrastructure plan. So the capital infrastructure plan, as the subcommittee discussed, would be a 5-year plan, and that would be coordinated with a 2-year budget. I know we're going to be getting to the budget and some of the other discussions. Replace the APCs with a 5-member Board of Neighborhood Appeals. There was a lot of discussion about the fact that we love the Area Planning Commission, but based upon changes to the law and a lot of more ordinances, they weren't doing a lot of work. And so it'd be more efficient to just have one body instead of having several throughout the city. And D, allowing the commission to consider things de novo, not just so they could be able to review the items again. So there isn't a conflict. Those are two separate bodies. And so de novo is what they would be looking at. It's just adds to the things they would be looking at. So those items are not in conflict. Going to 245E, we decided that we wanted council to have the final say. We just tweaked it a little bit. After the council was able to have final say. And again, we had statistics. There were not a lot of items that came before the council with regards to planning decisions it's been used very rarely, but we wanted to tweak it so that after there was city council had a say, it would go back to the planning commission so they could tweak it. So we're not getting rid of it, where the subcommittee discussed tweaking it a little bit to have a little more flexibility. With regards to allowing land owned by rec and parks not be used to be sold, I must say that was one of the ones that wasn't I know we've got a lot of discussion about parks. That was the one that Commissioner Slatiger felt strongly about, and Stein went along with them. So I have issues with that too. Let's just be frank about that. Then Section 104, that was everybody who spoke before the subcommittee said that we need to modernize the system. There are some tweaks with that because it has to go, there's some things that have to be changed by ordinance, and so we're working, and the staff has been working with the city attorney in order to tweak that language. But I don't think there's one person who agreed that, and especially in the charter, it was too specific. And the way we have all these high rises and suburban space and all kinds of different land use, that was antiquated. And streamlining the quasi-judicial decision-making process. There's just, if you look at the actual charter 561, we got some recommendations from the Planning Commission to just update that and modernize it. It's more of a ministerial, those things are more ministerial. There's not policies, there's not substance. It's just, they had probably 20 different little items that are no longer apropos. So that is that.
I was just going to give Commissioner Stein a few words, and then we're going to go to your motion, Commissioner Field. Commissioner Stein.
Well, first I'm going to agree with something Commissioner Thomas said earlier, that these are real non-controversial ones. And when these came to the Ad Hoc Committee, there really wasn't much discussion on them at all. You know, there was a little discussion of how to tweak the CIP, a little discussion on everything else, but Commissioner Murray had done such a good job during the subcommittee that there wasn't much to add or subtract to it, so those would be my only comments from the ad hoc point of view.
And again, this is just to say, all of these had been discussed in the subcommittee, and there were not any tweaks or major, as Commissioner Stein said, major tweaks. So let's say, we could say through whatever the ad hoc committee says, this is still the recommendations of the subcommittee.
So, Commissioners, what we have before us is we have pulled items E, F, and H for special, which means we will have discussion on each of those individually. Commissioner Field has made a motion to approve the batch of the items that have not been pulled special. I will second the motion, and so we'll go into discussion on the batch items. Commissioner Field.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I think I'm echoing Commissioner Yap. I just want to understand, we're replacing area planning commissions. They're going to go out of existence.
No, there's just going to be one.
There's going to be one.
Instead of several throughout the city.
So in the next item, whatever letter it is, when it says allow area planning does it say commissions or just commission?
Commission singular.
So there's going to be one, and why would we call it area then if it's just one planning commission? Wouldn't it just
Not
be?
area planning commission, that's different from planning commission. The area.
Okay, but it's not going to be like the 5 or whatever we have now in terms of the quote area, meaning geographic.
Correct.
I wonder if the name could be made a little more clear, because you call it area, but it's going to be citywide, right? Or maybe I don't know.
It's there. Board of Neighborhood, replacing it with a Board of Neighborhood staff. Then we should call it that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
So assuming that we go from C, we could go D, we could tweak it
for your reference, you have the printed before you. You have the detailed language from the 218 Planning and Infrastructure and Government Structure agendized reforms, because this is the agenda for today's meeting. But you have the details down in this attachment where that is noted.
I would like, since I made the motion, to accept Commissioner Yap's friendly amendment to rename what is in item, I'm sorry, I'm looking at one list. I think, let's see what it is. It would be item ABCD, so that it's more clear what it is now. This newly created, what did you call it, Commissioner Yap?
Board of Neighborhood, it's here. Yeah.
Okay, well, I would like to see that in D rather than mention Area Planning Commission when it's no longer exactly that. I think I want to accept it as an amendment unless there's some other.
I mean, it's friendly.
Yeah, very much.
Wonderful. Any other discussion on the motion to approve the batch items? All right,
Again, I don't know if this is the appropriate place, but on infrastructure.
We'll get to that after the batch, after we do the special items. Okay, so I'm going to take a vote of the commission. Mr. City Clerk, can you reiterate the motion, please?
Yes, I believe there's a motion put forth by Commissioner Field, seconded by Commissioner Chair Meza, to approve recommendations A through D as well as G with a friendly amendment to change Area Planning Commission in recommendation D to the Board of Neighborhood Appeals.
Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Commissioners. We will now move on to the items pulled as special. Mr. City Clerk, should we just go in order and do discussion on E, amend Charter 245E? Why don't we go through, I'll just read from the attachment, and then if anyone wants to make a motion or so that we can have some discussion. Amend section 245E so that council has the authority to remand items back to the City Planning Commission for reconsideration a single time. After remanding, the council would retain the ability to override the commission, add a language specifying the specific tight time requirement for council to act on a case following invocation of 245E. Commissioner Murray, would you like to move this item?
Yes.
All right, I will second and we can have discussion. Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, my question is, why does this not apply to all commissions? Why could this same, because it seems like one of the police transparency concerns was, I know for me, was the mayor and city council having authority to either veto or, I like the language that.
This is very 245 is specific with real estate and those items. So it's very specific.
Right.
It's in the charter.
Right. And so what I'm asking is,
It's a good question.
can it be expanded to include?
So this is actually aligning this with how other decisions are that do go back to the commission. This was, the 245E is one of the rare places in the charter where a council member can stop something and it doesn't go back to the commission. So this aligns with how everything else is for other decisions throughout the city. So it goes back to the commission and provides that additional layer of transparency. Does that make sense? So this is doing exactly what I think you're asking for to do. It's basically making things align with how other processes.
Right, but if that's not true for if that's not what's going to be true for police accountability, then we still have commissions that are not really accountable
Yeah,
to
but
the
this
city
is
council.
for planning and
Yeah, I know.
zoning.
I understand.
I understand.
Yeah.
You make a very good point.
There definitely are a couple of other examples like that that are different, but this aligns with the vast majority of how other decisions are done. We do have somebody from the planning here if I said anything wrong as well about that process.
Hi, good evening, Craig Weber, Deputy Director, Department of City Planning. Are there specific questions you'd like me to address?
Not at this point, but thank you for.
Did I explained that right, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Great.
Thank you. Commissioner Field.
Just a question. Is this our intention where it just says in a generic way, add language specifying a specific tight time requirement for council at blah, blah, meaning we're sending it like that so the council can decide the tight time, or are we gonna put a number of days in there?
The staff will come back with a recommendation with the charter draft language.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the motion is to approve the recommendation to amend Charter 245E. I will take a vote. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yak.
Yes.
Motion passes. We now move on to item F, which is the Recreation and Parks item. This is so allow land owned by the Recreation and Parks Department that is not being used as park or open space to be sold. Approve in concept, allow RAP to sell off park land that cannot be used for parks. Commissioner Field.
Yes, I'd like to speak to this. I want to say this might be a good idea, although I'm very reluctant to sell any public land. I feel like we could do like a 39-year lease. But that's, my point is, and again, it has to do with how rushed we've been and all these complications, but tonight, for the first time, I see something that I think should be a complete alternative motion on Rec and Parks, the letter that we all got this evening, where it turns out this is one of the few departments that in the charter has a budget. But the last time they adjusted this percent of the assessed property value was 1937. And I feel like instead of dealing with selling land, because someday we could regret that maybe we should be substituting this with a motion to increase the allocation to the department. Again, it's already in the charter. It's nothing new. It's just dealing with the outdated percentage. And they also recommend, I think very wisely, that it be gradually done over 4 years. There's not a sudden change in the portion of the city budget, but a gradual change. And they mention as the model Measure L, which was a library measure the voters passed. It must be almost 20 years ago, I don't know. But I really think that it is critical that our parks be in better shape and properly staffed and cleaned. And I bet everyone here has been to one of our parks and had a tough time using the restroom or seen the water fountain broken or many, many issues. And it is part of equity and part of justice in our city that we have adequate parks. And right now the city is way behind most other cities in what we allocate. So I'm actually advocating to defeat what's in here about the selling land and replace with a substitute motion to change in a positive manner, increase the percent that's in the charter for park and recreation.
Commissioner Levine, before I get to you, I was going to ask, because there was, this was discussed in committee, there were multiple viewpoints in committee, so I think it just would be helpful for the commission as a whole to understand the different viewpoints in the committee. And I want to say, this is exactly why we have the process, because it will all come back to the full commission, so this is a good discussion to have. Commissioner Murray.
Yes, well, this is one of the staff reports included recommendations, including from the neighborhood councils, including from folks who are, who are advocating on behalf of the parks. And again, we had a lot of different recommendations. Commissioner Schlageter was Commissioner Stein and I actually thought we can't save the world, but Commissioner Schlageter thought we could. And so he was adamant about it. And so we agreed to put it forward. And, there's been a lot of discussion, just even recently, about the parks and how they're underfunded. And it is awful. It is an issue of equity because, everybody, no matter where you are in Los Angeles, should be able to enjoy the parks. But frankly, I don't think your proposal is bad. Now, one of the things about that we discussed and every other committee is discussed as far as budget allocation and budget mandates, and that's the only thing that I have a concern about. Of course, when we talked about this with regards to the police, we talked about mental health services, parklands. Personally, I just don't like to tie the hands of the council when it comes to budget allocations. But I understand it is important, so I agree with it in theory. But I don't think your suggestion is bad.
Commissioners Levine, Fuentes, and Andrades. Commissioner Levine.
I echo Commissioner, Chair Murray's comments in respect to Commissioner Field's proposal, but would advocate that it not be offered in substitution. I don't view this action as being a one or the other with your suggestion, Commissioner Field, and would support a motion to properly assess the needs of rec and parks facilities. I do support the motion to allow land owned by rec and parks that is not being used as park or open space to be sold, and would suggest clarifying that allowing it to be sold and changing the definition of the charter of that land being held inviolate are distinct. And so I don't know if it is a friendly amendment, but I wonder if that clarification could be made, that this be a matter of giving the recreation of parks more discretion around how its lands are held, rather than directing rec and parks in any way, shape, or form to sell off lands that could not be used for rec and parks.
Commissioner Levine, there actually has not been a motion yet on this item, so if you would like to make the motion with that language, if you could restate it, it could be moved as the discussion point.
Are there members in the queue? I'd like to hear from the commissioners, if so.
Okay, yeah, there's plenty of members in the queue, so I got Commissioners Fuentes, Andrades, and then Thomas in the queue. Commissioner Fuentes.
I was just going to share the exact same sentiment that you did, so happy to second that motion when it comes back around.
Commissioner Andrades.
I have a question for the chair, chair of the subcommittee. If I recall correctly, when we had talked about this, it's also land that Rec and Parks is not planning to ever be used as a park, so we don't have to worry about them converting a lot that may one day be viable to parkland and selling it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
I just always get worried when governmental entities are selling land that I don't even know how they own it. I don't even know how they own it. I think the land belongs to the people, but so if I'm hearing this correctly, so we are giving Parks and Rec the right to sell land that they're not ever going to use. And it would just kind of seem to me that maybe a targeted use for that land could be folks who currently are unhoused or folks who are housing insecure. Because I think if whatever the public owns, whatever is done with what they own, it should be in the public's interest. And so I'm only concerned about this because, you know, corruption, the reason that we're here. That's what, it just kind of seems like it can open the door to corruption.
I have myself in the queue and then Commissioner Levine for a motion. I remember in the staff report there was an example of one of the pieces of land. I remember the example because it's in my neighborhood, Montecito Heights. And it's on a hillside and it's extremely small and it would be impracticable to build any sort of housing, any sort of park. And it's in possession of RAP right now. So I'll just yield at this point and go to Commissioner Levine.
So I would move that we move forward with subsection F with clarifications that this would apply to lands, that this section of the charter should be revised to allow rec and parks to sell land that cannot be used for parks and is not being planned to be used as parks based on its suitability and may be sold by a act of the board approved by the council. Is that Commissioner Murray? There's nothing in here that contemplates the mechanism.
No, again, like I said, I think I've been candid, and this wasn't, Commissioner Steins and I, wasn't our bailiwick, so we did not do it, neither of us did a deep dive into it.
So I would add a little process there and say, you know, either by a board resolution as approved by the council or as a council motion.
Commissioner Murray, would you like to second that?
Sure.
Commissioner Lewis.
Commissioner Thomas, I think, summed it up for me. My first thought was sold to who and for what purpose? Is it going to be in the community's interest? Is this something more predatory that it leaves the community at risk for? I think there would need to be some parameters here in terms of, you know.
Can I further amend the motion?
Yeah.
And can we specify that the use should be in or ancillary to the community interest? That's further defined.
Commissioner Fuentes.
I'm good.
I think this is what Justin and Max are talking about behind me, but if you go back to the original report, this would already have to be in compliance with the California Surplus Land Act, which accounts for exactly what Commissioner Thomas named, as well as you did. Sorry, just to reiterate, so that requires local agencies to prioritize the sale of land or lease of surplus public land for affordable housing, parks, or schools. So it already does have some stipulations surrounding it.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Fuentes. All right, Commissioner.
Somebody restate the motion.
Yeah, we're currently stating Commissioner Levine, and then we'll go to Commissioner Field. Yes.
As my memory serves, the motion is to approve subsection F, approving in concept allowing rec and parks to sell off land that cannot be used for parks based on an assessment of its lack of viability as parkland and lack of planning to become a future park or open space, subject to a motion of the Rec and Parks Board as approved by the City Council or by council motion, provided that the future use complies with Commissioner Fuentes, what is the
Surplus Land Act.
The California Surplus Land Act, and serves the public interest.
Commissioner Field.
I'll just give it one more try. Would you be willing, Commissioner? Is it Levine or Levin? I'm so sorry.
Thank you so much for asking, Commissioner Field. It's Levine.
It is Levine, thank you.
But you can call me anything you'd like.
I was just going to say, is there any way to add the amendment that we update from 1937 the portion of city resources that this department gets? Because it's already in the charter and it's, I guess that's 90 years ago, more or less. Are you willing to add that? Or
Commissioner Field, that item has been discussed separately, was dispensed with at the committee level, at the subcommittee level. Not to say that we can't do it, what I would ask is that if you would like to make the motion, we do it separately at the end of this process, as when we discuss Commissioner Stein's budget set aside for infrastructure.
Okay, no,
And for the record, Ad Hoc never went into those details. Ad Hoc just accepted that we were going to empower Recreation Parks to sell surplus land that couldn't be used. There was no other further discussion of action.
And could I just clarify, because this is the first I've seen the letter from the Variety and Park advocates, was this submitted to the original subcommittee and they didn't consider it?
There was, we can talk about RAP did a presentation, part of their presentation, Commissioner Murray.
City Streets.
City Streets, there was a number of presentations on this topic.
But RAP never mentioned this, updating.
They did.
RAP did, yeah,
Okay.
yes. Sorry, this, Commissioner Andrades.
May I make a friendly amendment to specify that RAP would keep the money if they sell the land?
Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Murray, was that contemplated by the planning committee, where the money would go?
I don't believe.
Or is it in the staff report, Justin?
The answer is no. Not to the amendment. The answer is that discussion did not take place at the subcommittee level.
Is it in the staff report, Justin?
We're gonna double check. I assume if RAP recommended it, that they want the money.
Yeah.
So I think that's a safe assumption. We'll triple check what they sent over. But
My perspective, once again, is that we should not be mandating how money goes into the city and which departments receive the money. But I would suggest that we direct staff, as part of this motion, if it would satisfy the friendly amendment, to identify ways to prioritize Recreation Parks uses with proceeds.
That's fine with me.
City Clerk, do you have all of this noted?
Just need a pen.
I actually have it noted, but I will be working with the commission staff to make sure that all of these recommendations are accurate.
Any further discussion on the motion as amended? Okay, then I'm sorry, City Clerk, I'm going to ask you to come up one more time so that we can read the motion as amended and then take a vote.
Yes, no problem. So I have here a motion brought forth by Commissioner Levine, and it was seconded by, I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Commissioner Murray.
And the motion is to approve recommendation F with the clarification that the wrapped property that would be sold would first not be available to be used for parks or park purposes or open space, that there is no future plan to use as a park or open space, and that...
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
Yes, and that the action can only be taken by the board of RAP and approved by council or by council motion. And it is to also be in the benefit of the community and to follow the Surplus Land Act, as well as that the proceeds of the sale be prioritized for RAP usage.
Okay, thank you. All right, I am now going to call a vote. Yes, and then, all these motions, commissioners, are direct staff to draft charter language, just to reiterate, and which will come to us for final review, potential modification, and approval. I'm going to call for a vote on the motion as amended that was just read out to us. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
As amended, yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
I'm going to take a point of personal privilege, and I do not believe this will be an ex parte disclosure. Former Commissioner Schlatter, if you are listening, I hope you're smiling, brother. Okay. Exactly. We now move on to the next item, which was health special, which is to streamline quasi-judicial decision-making processes. It further says on the other document, revise and expand Charter Section 561 to establish broader quasi-judicial decision-making authority across all relevant decision makers with the Department of City Planning, remove Charter Sections 562 through 564. Commissioner Murray, did you have anything to?
This was I guess we don't have all the language here, but this was a cleanup motion from the Department of Planning. There was just some things, the language has changed, things have changed, so it hadn't been updated, so this was just more of a cleanup motion, and it lists a lot of different, very specific, very ministerial things, so there were not policy updates, they were just conforming everything, with updating language and things like that.
I will ask our expert from city planning so that he feel his night was not in vain to perhaps elaborate on this as well.
Hi, sure. Again, Craig Weber, city planning staff for the record. What this was seeking to do is really accomplish two things. One is a cleanup, thinking in particular about sections 562, 563, and 564. These are sections that outline processes for variances, conditional use, and then other entitlements that involve multiple approvals. And everything that is within these charter sections is redundant to provisions that are within the municipal code, where all of the findings, processes, and procedures for all of the city planning department's entitlements are enumerated. So this was both to just remove the unnecessary redundancy and then also to not have inconsistencies between the municipal code and the charter. So, and another example of that type of inconsistency is the de novo topic that we covered earlier, where the charter enshrined that when considering appeals, we're only thinking about whether or not the decision maker erred and abused their authority. Well, under state law, the backdrop has changed, and appeals are also allowed, certain types of appeals. The decision maker is allowed to take the decision de novo. In other words, to think about the whole thing and not just whether or not there was an error and abuse. So it's trying to eliminate those types of discrepancies and allow the municipal code to serve the role of describing processes and procedures. The other thing that this topic that we were hoping to address is that it's very specific to the functions of zoning administration as a quasi-judicial decision maker, which it is a valued decision maker in that capacity, but there are dozens and dozens of other quasi-judicial decisions that are rendered within the Department of City Planning that are not acknowledged within the charter, and so it was wanting to broaden. There are decisions on subdivisions. There are decisions on affordable housing buildings being built. There is a vast array of other types of decisions that are not a conditional use or a variance. And so it was wanting to broadly reference that there are other types of decisions being made.
Commissioner Murray, would you like to make a motion to approve this recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion to approve item H? All right, seeing none, we will take a vote. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. Commissioner Field.
I'd like to point out the time, and I don't know if other people want to stay beyond our agreement. I would like to suggest, sadly, but that we postpone the 2 additional items. One is Commissioner Stein, one is my own, and that we, again, sadly, postpone the second, or I guess it's item 3 with the items from the, originally from whatever committee, I'm sorry. And that unfortunately we postpone the 4 motions because it is 8 p.m. And I guess unless someone wants to move to extend the time, I think this is what we were promised.
I support the
Yes.
I would support that if it was amended to still discuss the ex parte one this evening.
Just that one.
And I would say I support that as well because I hope that this will be an opportunity for me to put in terms of the Jubilee reforms packet that I'm recommending. So this will give me, I'm asking, I don't know where staff is, give me the opportunity to include that. And so I'm calling it that. Number 1, today is the first day of Lent. Number 2, it is Black History Month. And I want to make sure that it is clear and understood that those reforms that I'll be including directly impact the lives of Black and brown Angelenos in this city. And I want to make that abundantly clear. So there's a further explanation about that. So I just want to know, can that be done?
Let me address a variety of issues here, but I'm glad that Commissioner Field, you raised this. This is the tension that this commission faces, which is there are a number of commissioners who have approached me to manage the meeting so that we conduct our business more efficiently and frankly faster. And it provides tension. It provides tension with the public because it requires a more disciplined fashion of administering public comment than we have been accustomed to. And it shortens the amount of time that we have after an hour of public comment and 30 minutes of CISs at a minimum to then do the remainder of our work in 2.5 hours. And so what we are saying here is that we would want to put a process question in front of a charter question. And that's why I don't agree with that, because we are here to discuss the charter. And I want all of the commissioners to understand the tension as chair that we are navigating collectively, because what will happen now is there are going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, if we deal with ex partes, there will still be 4 agenda items that will not be discussed this evening that will go on to the next agenda, which you all know means that the can continues to be kicked down the road, which means tomorrow I have to meet with Justin to readjust the calendar so that the public can understand that the calendar that we outlined today is already out the window because we did not finish the agenda with the items on it tonight. So I understand that commissioners do need to leave, and I respect that commissioners leave. I genuinely do. We all have different circumstances, each individual circumstances. But I am going to request that we continue because there's important items, charter items and important motions. All of them are important, and I understand the process reasons. So I'm going to request that we continue on, and I respect all commissioners that will need to leave at whatever time they need to leave for whatever reason they need to leave. I genuinely do. Commissioner Fuentes.
Thank you for that context. I just want to reiterate that for at least the motions that I put forward with Commissioner Thomas, none of those ideas are new. They're ideas that were brought forward by community members and have already been discussed and advocated for by the community directly. So I want to emphasize that in this process. I'm excited to move forward and condense things and make decisions, but I don't want the community members to be left behind as well. A lot of these recommendations that we're seeing today and discussing today were put forward, I'd say majorly by city departments. So when we're making these decisions about whose recommendations move forward and at what speed, not to leave community members as well as community organizations behind.
So I'm happy to continue the meeting as long as we have quorum and continue on. There are two items that have been raised that were not on the agenda. One is the budget set aside for infrastructure. The other is on the budget set aside for the Department of Recreation and Parks. There are a number of items that are going to be coming up from the commission. So the way that I'm going to proceed on items like this and the Jubilee and other items is I'm going to ask the commission for a vote if you would like to agendize these items in the future. So that we make a collective decision that these are items that we are adding to the list or re-putting back on the list. So there's been a request by Commissioner Stein. I assume that's going to be a motion by Commissioner Stein to agendize a budget set aside for infrastructure. Is that correct, Commissioner Stein?
Yes, it is.
Is there a second to agendizing that at a future meeting?
Second.
Okay, there is a second.
What is going on?
This item wasn't agendized for.
It wasn't agendized?
Correct. The budget set aside for infrastructure. So we're taking a vote on whether or not.
Can you reiterate just one thing that you just said?
Yes.
Because I think there was a small sentence but a big concept.
Correct.
You said moving forward, you're asking members to, you will be putting member requests for agendized items to vote, correct?
Correct. So, as we know, there are 46 days left. There's a lot of items. What I've done, because of the discretion of the chair to set the agenda, is if commissioners have brought forward items up to this point, that's the clear part, up to this point, I have put them on the agenda for usually the next meeting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to not be doing that moving forward. Instead, I'm going to put it on the commission and say, if you would like to agendize issues of policy, that we will take a vote to put it on the agenda. And so the first one is on the budget set aside for infrastructure. There's been a motion by Commissioner Stein and a second.
I have a question. I might withdraw my second, actually. I'm under the impression that if something is germane to the item, we're allowed to hear it without it being agendized prior. So I think Commissioner Stein's is germane to item 2. So while I do agree that we should, our body should vote to agendize future items, I think if it's germane, we should not make that a precedent.
That's correct. That is also, so we will, I would ask for a vote to agendize this at a future meeting.
And it's fine, but again, I'm going to, once again, the goalpost moves. I understand why, but once again, the goalpost moves, and last week we didn't know how these things got agendized. It just got, agendized by the chair deciding this is what staff communicate to me what you approved for the agenda and what you did. And so, of course, my question was always, okay, so where is what I sent in? I've yet to see anything that I've sent go to the commissioners unless I send it directly to them. And I don't understand that. And so, you know, again, this is yet another in the name of efficient and effective. This is yet another opportunity to leave a bad taste in people's mouths and then complain about them yelling and screaming. So, if we don't have votes to take care of the business that we have, so what I've been hearing that is already before us, so we're going to vote on everything that a commissioner wants to bring before the committee. It doesn't make sense. It's a waste of time. In my opinion, it's just a waste of time.
So I've also been informed by staff that this item was also dispensed of at the subcommittee level. So I would like to also, because we're trying not to add more, because we do want to get through today's agenda, ask the commission to take a vote to agendize the budget set aside for infrastructure for a future meeting.
And I'll keep my second with the understanding that in the future, staff makes it possible to reintegrate items that were already disposed of as germane to those items. So for instance, if something was disposed of by the Ad Hoc Committee, if we're talking about that specific theme, I think that we should be able to talk about that in the moment without having to agendize it. But with this specific item, I'm happy to keep my second because I understand the attention.
Thank you.
And can somebody answer that question? Answer this question? Because that was a question.
That was a statement.
Oh, would that be done at the discretion of the chair moving forward? Would that be done at the discretion of the chair moving forward?
Can you repeat the full question? I'm sorry.
Commissioner Andrettis's perspective and urging that in the future, if a matter is germane to the motion and has been previously dispensed with by the Ad Hoc Committee, that it can be considered without a subsequent motion. Is that at the discretion of the chair?
I think it would be, I would need to ask the city attorney on this one, but I think it would need to also comply with the Brown Act as far as how the agenda is constructed, correct. So I will work with the city attorney on that.
Excellent.
Commissioner Stein, you wanted to speak on your motion.
Yes. At the time the motion was made, I don't recall if we made it in subcommittee or not, but we did at the ad hoc, and it was Commissioner Thomas and I who voted in favor of it. At that time, I asked for 3%. That failed on a 4-2 vote. I still think that the infrastructure in this town is deplorable, and perhaps to pick up votes that we could even discuss it. Could we have 2% of the budget that would be allocated for infrastructure to try to provide a solution for every person that is living in the city of Los Angeles? That's my whole.
So we
will
have
go from 3% to 2% for your new motion.
Well, so the motion is, and I'm hoping that we could, because we're hoping that we can minimize the discussion on the merits of the motion, because what the vote is to whether or not to agendize this for a future meeting.
And so you second? Okay, so I'm ready.
So the motion is to agendize for a future meeting a recommendation for a budget set aside on infrastructure. The motion has been seconded. I will call for a vote. Commissioner Andrades?
Yes.
Commissioner Field is not. Commissioner Fuentes?
Yes.
Commissioner Levine?
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis?
Yes.
Commissioner Mack?
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes no. Commissioner Murray?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Stein?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Yap?
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, next item, just let's do it for Commissioner Field is, and can someone else move the motion? A motion to agendize a budget set aside discussion for the Department of
Recreation and Parks.
I'll second.
Well, do you mind moving the motion?
Oh, sorry, yeah, I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, if we could just take a vote, this is to agendize at a future commission meeting a recommendation for a budget set aside for the Department of Recreation and Parks. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes no. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. We now move on to item number 3, consideration.
One question, Mr. Chair, if I may. When would it be appropriate during the meeting to offer additional motions for future agendized?
Yeah, we have, after we dispense with the current items that are on the
Thank you.
agenda.
Needs to be a line item in all future.
Item number 3, we now move on to item number 3, consideration and possible approval of a report from the Ad Hoc Committee on potential government structure related charter amendments limited to the items that are on the agenda. I'm going to ask the city clerk to come up and facilitate the process similar to the process that we went through on the previous item.
Yes, Commissioners, before you are 7 recommendations related to the government structure charter amendments. I believe they would be according to letters A through G. A being bifurcate city attorney roles. B is lowering the voting age to 16 for city municipal elections. C would be lower the voting age to 16 for LAUSD elections. D would be to expand voting in municipal elections to non-citizens. E would be to expand voting in LAUSD elections to non-citizens. F would be changing how commissioners are appointed, and G is changing ballot access. So the commission can call recommendations for special for discussion, and then the commission can take a vote on a batch of items that are not special.
So, point of clarification, these are listed in different orders in the agenda and in the detailed minutes from the 218 committee. So,
We're going off the agenda.
we're going off the agenda for this one. Thank you.
Sorry, 1 second. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Commissioner. Okay, so we're now moving to pull any items as special. Commissioner Andrades.
I would like to pull item A.
Okay, item A. Any other items to pull as special?
G.
The change ballot access?
Change how commissioners.
Oh, change how commissioners are appointed, F.
Yeah, sorry.
Yep. Okay, so we'll pull A and F as special.
And I'd like to pull both. Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to pull both voting age for city municipal elections and
For LAUSD elections?
for yes, no, not for that one. For municipal elections.
For minutes, so you'd like to pull B?
Is that B? Yeah, that is B.
Okay, so items to be pulled are A, B, and F.
And the other one is expand voting municipal elections to non-citizens. I'd like to pull that as well.
All right, so we're gonna pull A, B, D, and F.
So just municipal, not LAUSD.
Right.
Just, can I ask that staff, if we have this set up in the future that they conform, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just have one request. I had voted no consistently on some of these, just so I could register my no vote. Even though they might be lumped lump together in a motion that you poll the commission or just allow me to say no?
We will pull the commission. Okay, so we are pulling for special A, B, D, and F. City Clerk, can you please continue with the process?
Yes, if members are done calling items for special, then before the commission would be C, E, and G. Recommendation C is lower the voting age to 16 for LAUSD elections. Recommendation E is expand voting in LAUSD election to non-citizens. And recommendation G is change ballot access.
Could I ask a point of clarification? Was the change ballot access where we added an additional week for the time period in collecting signatures?
Yes. Yes. I will move to approve those items. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, let's go to discussion. This is on items C, E, and G.
Item C.
Is there any discussion?
So I think those are the ones I pulled, and so I just.
No, these are not the ones.
These are not.
These.
Okay, C, E, and G. Oh, these are the ones we're voting. Okay. The change the ballot access. Of course, I know that there was a number. There was a number that was voted on, and all of these numbers are arbitrary. All these numbers are arbitrary that we decide on, and so I think that if we're talking about ballot access, I think we should have a much broader discussion about what that actually means, because I don't think that it should be a recommendation of someone who, just because they have run for city council before or that kind of thing. And as one community person just said, access to the ballot should be equitable. And it absolutely is not.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You want to pull that?
I thought it, yeah, I do want to pull it.
Okay, then
Okay,
we're
I thought
gonna
that.
amend this to pull also G. Okay, so then so I will accept that amendment since we're already in it. Okay. Yes. Okay, so the discussion is on C and E, items that have not been pulled as special. There is a motion and a second to approve. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, Commissioner, yeah.
Yes, I just want a clarification here. I know that we're in government structure, but obviously, my understanding is that there would be more government structure reform, correct? So this is just the first set of reforms. This is not everything that has come.
That's correct. And if you look in the executive director's report, there's a calendar of the dates for the other items.
For the other items, thank you.
Yes.
And is the chair of the committee going to comment similar to Commissioner Ford?
I'm happy to comment similar to Commissioner Murray. Much like her, I'll speak through all of the items in order, so I don't have to do that again when we vote on the things that were pulled out. But these are non-controversial items. They had near unanimous consent at the committee level and then again at the ad hoc level. The first one, and it's the most intense, is bifurcating the city attorney's office. So we were trying to find a way to depoliticize the office of the city attorney. Many of our presenters came and in depth explained the political issues that they believe have occurred or may occur within the city attorney's office. So we were trying to figure out how to do that, and we did a bifurcation model that would have one elected city prosecutor and then an appointed civil attorney whose name will be chosen later. And this appointed official would be appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the council. And then they would have to have minimum qualifications with no term limits. The no term limits was added by the Ad Hoc Commission, so they were hoping that this person stays on between mayors so that they're not actually a political arm of the mayor. in this, so it would have, it's taking the current roles of that office and then splitting it in half. The other one's a little bit easier, so changing how commissioners are appointed, so extending the threshold to appoint board and commissions from 40 days to 60 days, so making the window a little longer. And then this was added by Ad Hoc, prohibiting the practice of requiring signed letters of resignation for mayoral appointees. Changing ballot access was kept the same in terms of the number of signatures required at 500, but we added an extra week at the ad hoc level so that it's easier to collect those 500 signatures. And then the next are lowering the voting age at 16 for city and municipal elections, and then expanding the electorate to include non-citizens, again, for city and municipal elections.
Can you explain,
We'll go through all of the items that were pulled in detail. Thank you for that, Commissioner Andrades. Is there any questions or discussions on items C and D? All right, seeing none, there was a motion to approve and seconded. I will call for a vote. Commissioner Andrades?
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes?
Yes.
Commissioner Levine?
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis?
No.
Commissioner Mack?
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes yes. Commissioner Murray? Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Stein?
No.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Yap?
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, we now go to item A, bifurcation of the city attorney's roles.
Yes, I pulled this not because I have disagreement with the policy, but because I'm introducing a subsequent motion that's germane to the better government agenda item that was already submitted and transmitted, related to outside counsel. So if possible, I would like to make a motion to table this to be heard in tandem with that next week.
I would second that motion.
So there's just a motion to table until next week's meeting. This item, is there any objection from the commission? All right, seeing none, we'll discuss this item next week. We will go to item B, lowering the voting age to 16 for municipal elections. Commissioner Thomas, I believe you pulled this item.
Yeah, I just pulled that. I just pulled it because I want to make sure that it is thoroughly explained why this is a recommendation. So I've asked if you could do that for us.
If the chair may let me.
Of course.
Great, okay. Yes, we had a lot of groups, advocate groups, who came and they talked about the importance of lowering the voting age because it would allow the electorate to increase. Their main argument was that voting is habitual. So by allowing 16-year-olds to vote, that means that by the time they're 18, which is the current voting age, it would already be a habit that's formed. And then it's only for municipal elections because we have jurisdiction over municipal elections, and then there's a separate item related to LAUSD. But that was the driving force. It was mostly an advocate-driven motion and policy.
Commissioner Yap.
Question also on the subcommittee work here. Are there other examples of any other jurisdictions, major cities, that they do have a voting age of 16?
Yes, so there are other examples in the state of California that have implemented this. I believe, staff, can you please clarify? It was listed in your memo.
It's hyperlinked. For municipal?
Mm-hmm.
Berkeley, Oakland, but it's very narrow. Just a reminder, it's very narrow to municipal, right? What? Yeah, very narrow, so it wouldn't be applied into like House, state, etc.
Yeah, so it does exist elsewhere, and there have been a lot of campaigns across the state to get it on the ballot. I believe it's on the ballot in several other jurisdictions this November.
There was a memo submitted by Fair Up LA specifically outlining that, and that was January 13th. So if anyone wants to go back and pull up that file, it's really helpful.
That's great, thank you. And the age in those would be 16 as well? That was the...
Yes.
Great.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I will call for a vote on item B, lowering the voting age to 16 for city municipal elections. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
No.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
No.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, we now move on to item D, expand voting in municipal elections to non-citizens. Commissioner Thomas, you pulled this.
Yeah. For the same reason, I think that that's something that needs to be talked about and a rationale given for that, just so that it's clear that we did discuss these issues, and this is why we reached this conclusion. So I've asked my dear colleague here again if he would explain it.
Yes, so for the same reasons, this was different advocate groups, but most of the time similar or the same advocate groups, again recommended that we expand the ability to vote in municipal elections to non-citizens. And to field future questions, this does occur in jurisdictions across the state, and I believe it's actually more jurisdictions than the voting age was lowered. And I also had staff look into whether or not this is in violation of the California Constitution, and the California court system recently upheld San Francisco, who allows non-citizens to vote in certain elections.
Seeing no one in the queue, I will call a vote to, let's get a motion. How about that? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Thomas moves to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Fuentes seconds. Okay, I'm going to call a vote on item D, expand voting in municipal elections to non-citizens. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
No.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
No.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. We now move on to item F, change how commissioners are appointed. Commissioner Andrades, can you reiterate what this item is?
Yeah, so this item would, under the current practice, there are 40 days to appoint for some commissions, so this would expand it to 60 days so that it's easier to find commissioners who are qualified, and it would also prohibit the practice of requiring signed letters of resignation at the time of appointment, which is a practice that several mayors have used to. And there is the belief that that is politically influenced, so this would prohibit that practice as well.
Commissioner Lewis.
Commissioner Andrades, can you speak on that last part again? Just need clarity there.
Yeah, so right now, if the mayor makes her an appointment, when she appoints you, she can say, I make this appointment, but please give me an undated letter of resignation.
Right.
And then if the idea is, and I'm not saying that this mayor would do that, but a mayor could say, I don't like the way that you're voting, I'm now going to file your letter of resignation and you're off the commission. So either they're forcing your hand or kicking you off. So this would just get rid of that practice so that we don't have to worry about political influence from any future mayor at any time.
Is there a motion to approve item F?
So moved. I second.
Moved by Commissioner Stein, second by Commissioner Thomas. I have a quick point of clarification. This motion applies to all appointing authorities, correct, for commissioners? So the practice of the undated resignation letter would apply to all appointing authorities?
Correct, yes, not just the mayor, that was the example. I believe others could technically
Okay,
do
cool.
this, yeah.
Any further discussion on the motion?
Seeing none, I will call a vote on item F to change how commissioners are appointed. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. We now move on to item G, change ballot access. Commissioner Andrades.
Yes, so item G is on changing ballot access. Right now, city officials are required to gather 500 signatures to be ballot eligible. The Ad Hoc Committee had decided that although the number of 500 is kept the same, we would allow the period that currently exists to be expanded by 1 week so that they have more time to collect the appropriate ballots, signatures to be on the ballot. And then to give some additional context, at the several levels, we had been told that if you increase the amount of positions on the ballot and you make people vote in ranked choice and then it becomes easier to get on the ballot, there's the possibility, as has happened in other jurisdictions, where you now have a wall of bubbles that could make voters confused or incentivize them to not vote, as opposed to having to bubble in all of those candidates. So those were the sentiments that at least drove my vote in keeping the same number, because I don't want to, several of our other future, that we will discuss later, policy proposals would make it easier to have different ballot changes, and I don't want to then bore voters from voting and encourage them to sit out.
Commissioner Lewis.
The only one question, why 1 week versus 2 or 3? Was there any rhyme or reason for 1 week?
No, that's arbitrary.
Okay.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, and that was the thing, and of course I was for dropping the number. Even people who are great and qualified candidates drop out of races. So I think the assumption is that the floodgates are going to open and everybody's going to want to run for mayor, and I don't see that happening. But I do think if we're talking about expanding city council, and we know that for people who are running grassroots campaigns, it's very difficult to get to that 500 signature. That can be very difficult. So I think in the spirit of wanting ranked choice voting, this kind of cuts against the grain of it in a sense. Now I do understand. But I think that the week is arbitrary. We just chose a week. I would feel a little better if we gave people a month. It's already 3 weeks.
Yes, that's correct. Exactly.
Yeah, but I'm saying but that the cutoff falls within the holiday weekend. And so it's really, unless you have paid people, it really is difficult. And so if a week is arbitrary, then I think we need to add more time. If we're not going to lower the number of signatures collected, I think we need to add more time. We should not have people out knocking on doors during a holiday, during the holidays. I don't think that, and that's what the timeline currently does. It currently will have you doing that. And so I guess I would like to add a friendly amendment to the motion and say, and compromise, not say 4 weeks, but say another 3 weeks. So now the process is 6 weeks.
Commissioner Andrade, well, let's just do point of order. Would you like to make the motion to approve? Because there's currently not one on the table.
Yeah, I can make the motion to approve it as it is currently written.
As it currently is, and I'll second that. And then Commissioner Thomas has made an amendment. Is it friendly?
Can I have the city attorney come to the microphone, please? I have questions. I am actually not sure if you're the person that's here, so that's what we're gonna go with. So if we make it a longer timeline, 3 weeks is a long time, does that mean that the candidate declaration deadline would also be pushed back, so candidates would have to declare much earlier than they do now?
I think so, but I don't know. As you say, I'm the attorney that's here. I'm not the attorney to give you that answer for sure. I can try to find out. It is barely possible I will get an answer to you during this meeting, but I won't get an answer before you vote if you do that quickly. So, up to you.
I can share my hesitancy that drove this question. So right now, the way that it's written, the way that the policy currently exists is the person declares the candidacy. So then if we add more time on the front end, that would mean they have to declare candidacy earlier. And I, as an election watcher and researcher, I prefer the ability to declare candidacy to be closer to the election itself, because there's so much that happens in the end of the year, in the beginning of the year, politically, that it's never a bad idea for people to jump in last minute. So I don't really, well, I appreciate the spirit of the 3 weeks. I don't want to then create a system where in the future it's much harder to jump into a race last minute and we're stuck with bad candidates because the charter, because we tried to do the right thing. So I mean, if that's, I'm open to even lowering it from 500 to 450 if we don't add more time.
Well, if we don't add more time, what about 350? If you lower it to 350, I will go with it all day long.
What about 400?
Oh, what's another 50? Are you kidding me?
Let's do this. Commissioner Thomas, do you have an amendment that you would like to make?
Yes, I would like to, just so if we lowered it and we can keep it as it is, to 350. Can we agree?
Well, we can still take the amendment even if it's unfriendly to a vote. So what's your amendment, Commissioner Thomas? 350?
Yes.
And keeping the time as currently in the motion?
I could do that. I still would like another week, but
if we keep the time current, I can look at 350.
Okay, we'll keep the time current.
Did you agree to that as a friendly amendment? Yes or no?
I agree to it as friendly, and I will also share for our other commissioners for federal and state elections, it's much lower than 350. So I think that's fine.
So say that one more time.
For federal and state elections ballot qualification, it's much lower than 350. So LA does have a higher barrier to entry at the 500, so I'm fine to lower it to 350.
Can you restate the motion as amended, Commissioner Andrade?
Yes, as amended, this would extend the amount of time to gather 350 legitimate signatures to be placed on the ballot by 1 week earlier. So both lowered and then we keep the time, or we shorten the time.
Did I just see a compromise on this commission with Commissioner Thomas?
You sure did.
With a point of personal privilege. It looks like there may be discussion, Commissioner Yao.
Just a question here. If the federal number is lower, why not go to that number?
It's like way lower. I think it's like under 100. It's like 50. But I think that's bad precedent, because we see federal elections and state elections where you have 1,000 people on the ballot, and they have different incentives because this, for example, for California, the Secretary of State's office, candidates have to pay money to have a specific number of words on the ballot, so they're actually incentivized financially to have more candidates, because then you have more people who have to pay to be on the ballot. So I think LA just has a very different incentive structure with elections. In my opinion, the number is so low, at least at the state level, and hasn't been changed because it's a financial incentive to fund their election to keep it that way. And I don't think LA has the same rationale to do that. The 500 is good precedent, and I'm fine with lowering it, but I wouldn't lower it too much because, like I had said previously, if it's really, really easy to get onto the ballot and we implement ranked choice voting and we do many other things, what that means is you could have an entire page of your ballot, just one race, and then another page, or even more than a page. And voters they're not gonna do that, especially if they don't know English, especially if they're low information, especially if they have a lower socioeconomic status. So while I agree with the spirit of lowering it, I don't think we should lower it too much.
My question comes from just having really more of a fact-based approach. I wouldn't want us to have an arbitrary number where we were, but if 350 is a number that has been looked into and has guidance beyond just being a...
I mean, that's what politics is. It's a compromise number. So we can keep it 500. I'm happy to do that, as I stated earlier. But if we want to lower it, I'm not matching the federal or state precedent.
Well, I think what I'm getting at is that I don't want us to be horse trading on days that don't really have meaning other than something that we pull. So if 350 lowers the bar on that, then I would be in favor of that as well.
Commissioner, let's just be clear. What you witnessed was horse trading. It was not based on a scientific analysis. It was not based on, like, what is the best policy. That happens in government. Commissioner Levine.
I want it to be a known horse trading versus some basis for horse trading, and what I'm hearing is no basis.
I just want to note, my plan is to support the motion as amended, but I do want to note the value of collecting signatures is in demonstrating broad support in the community, which is a principle that I support in general. And so I appreciate the compromise. I think it makes good sense. But I did want to note for the record the value of collecting signatures.
And then clarification that this motion is to direct staff to do further research and get us the language for all of this, or
not further research.
Drafting the language.
They are going to
for
draft the language, and I know that there are commissioners who are going to try to change positions once the language gets back to us. We're going to be in the last 2 weeks of March, so we need to have the robust discussion.
But that final language is going to be brought back to us.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. On all of this.
Perfect.
All right. There's been a motion as amended that's seconded. One more time, read the motion as amended, and then I'm going to call for a vote.
As amended, this would be a motion to extend the amount of time to gather 350 legitimate signatures to be placed on the ballot by 1 week earlier.
Commissioner Andrades.
Yes.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes yes. Commissioner Murray.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Stein.
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas. Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes. We now move to item 4, motion by Commissioner Fuentes that all recommendations submitted by the Community Forest Advisory Committee be agendized and discussed as separate items rather than grouped to ensure complete public review and deliberations on each recommendation. Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes, and quickly just to run through the recommendations, this was a public letter that is featured on our website from CFAC, so Community Forest Advisory Committee. It included a specific roadmap about how to restore our city's tree canopy and outlined specific measures that could be taken, such as empowering the Office of Forest Management, hiring a chief forester, hiring an urban biologist. So those are 3 recommendations that they put forward. The motion itself would be to agendize and discuss these items as separate rather than grouping them.
Commissioner Fuentes, since you were the one that drafted the motion.
I'm sorry, real quick. Is there a second? Is there a second to the motion? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Thomas. Commissioner Stein.
Commissioner Fuentes, since you drafted the item, was there ever any discussion of this in the subcommittee?
There should have been.
That wasn't my question. There should have been, but
I wasn't in the committee, so I think you can direct the question to staff.
No, there was not.
I'm going to put myself in the queue. CFAC, as the representatives have come, has said they're right next door to us. I think that's what they've literally said. And for this never to be presented to committee, where I know the committee members would have looked at it, and to be put here, and frankly, some of these things like these really belong in the charter. Hire an urban biologist.
I'm not discussing the merits on whether or not these are important, but talk about tying the hand of a policymaker. Some of our city council members, some of us don't even agree, including me, that we should be doing budget allocations in the charter, and yet we're going to discuss hiring a specific position. 2 of their recommendations are about hiring specific positions. And this is what happens when things get sprung on us at the last minute. It's not able to go through a committee process.
Yeah, just to respond to that, this wasn't sprung at the last minute. It should have been taken up by the committee itself on November 10th, 2025. And I feel like this just goes to prove the point of issues that are brought to us by community members are being held until February.
I don't believe that's fair. There are a number of community advocate issues, such as ones that we just voting on expanding the franchise to non-citizens, expanding the franchise to those that are lower than 16, that went through the committee process, that were put forward by advocates, that were considered by subcommittees, considered by the commission. So I don't think a blanket statement like the one that was just made is accurate.
Well, I'll push back on that a little bit. I appreciate the community advocates that are here every single day. We see their faces, we know their names. Not all community advocates have the time or capacity to show up to our meetings or to understand the way that presenters were invited to engage in this process.
So, you said this is a letter that's posted as public comment.
It's
and so if this was a letter that was posted as public comment, then it should have appeared in front of us, like every other thing that has been presented to us. Well, it literally is every other thing, because there's some things that are not presented. So, but I will say this, we can't talk about not putting forward a position when we've talked about putting forward, establishing a Christopher Commission that will take almost 10 years. So it just doesn't, I don't know what, I don't understand. I guess I keep saying that. It's like a broken record now. I do understand. Let me stop saying that. I do understand. I don't think the issue is whether or not it was brought up in November or brought up last week. The issue is it an important issue that we should be looking at? Will it benefit the residents of Los Angeles? That's what I think is the major question. And if the answer is yes, then we vote on it and take it up just like we've done all the other things that we've done, regardless to when it was brought before us. Quite frankly, my view in terms of the Ad Hoc Committee, that everything that was thrown away needs to be brought back and put before the full commission. Because I don't think the way that things were handled, I don't think it was legitimate. And that's somebody who was there. And so, that's my view. I don't think, I think we vote. I don't think we have to, argue over whether or not the city is going to hire particular positions or not. The bottom line is that the only recommendations that we should be making are those that we think will make the city of Los Angeles better. And if that means recommending a hired person, then we do.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. I'm not here to necessarily defend the recommendations that they put forward, but I think at the very least they should be included in the public charter reform item tracker, and we should have a discussion about them, right? They shouldn't just be trashed without being spoken about tonight.
And if the letter is dated November 7th, I think somebody said it. That's not their fault, that's our fault.
Commissioners, is there any further discussion before we take a vote on the motion? All right, the motion is that all recommendations submitted by the Community Forest Advisory Committee be agendized and discussed as separate items rather than grouped to ensure
seconds on each recommendation. Second, commissioners. All right, Commissioner Andrades.
No.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis.
Yes.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes no. Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Sanchez.
No.
Commissioner Stein.
No.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion fails, 6 yes, 5 no's. We now move on to item number 5, that the commission directs staff to research and produce a report in partnership with relevant community organizations and city departments on the feasibility, scope, legal authority, implementation considerations, and potential charter implications of establishing a local Freedmen's Bureau style framework in Los Angeles, including potential reparations and reparative justice mechanisms. Commissioner
I'd
Thomas.
like to make or if you would like to make an amendment to specify it read LEAP's recommendations, since I think LEAP was a community organization leading the work.
Yes.
But I'll leave it open to you.
Yeah, most certainly these are LEAP's recommendations, but what I'm attempting to do is put under the rubric of what I'm calling Jubilee reforms. And so it would be, all of the reform would be the police accountability reforms. It would be using lineage language in the city charter. And then, so all of those I think are lumped together. And I would rather, we could vote on all of those together because I don't know if they're controversial or we could go through and list them, but to have a motion for every one of them when they all kind of, meet the same need. And I think we should look at them all at the same time. And so I would say, amending this, and I sent you something about this, I sent you the motion about this, but also too, I think it's very important to have a framework for how we determine what moves to the next level. And I kind of suggested that framework as well. So that is my, I don't know.
Commissioner Thomas, would you like to continue this item for when we discuss police reform / accountability?
Yes. Well, is that the last that's the last meeting, right?
Well, not the last, but that's the March 5th meeting.
See. That. Why can't that be? Why can't, mic doesn't work.
Yeah, I'll staff the mics off. Oh, is it on? Yeah.
You did it on purpose, Jeff.
Right over here, and I'll come back.
Did it on purpose.
Try again.
Okay.
So,
I don't think we should wait for that to be the last meeting. Because that has been, one, the issue all along, with me at least. But then two, it doesn't, we've had probably the most representation that we've had, especially the most diverse representation that we've had, especially the most Black representation that we've had around the issues that I intend to, around the motions, recommendations that I would put under the rubric of Jubilee.
Commissioner Thomas, just let me see if this may be helpful. I'm personally ready to vote yes on this motion tonight because it instructs staff to go and start the process. Okay, so I can't speak for other commissioners.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
So
let's vote. And yes, let's vote. Let's vote.
But like I said, I'm not speaking for other commissioners, okay? I'm just speaking for
it does say that study it, but the city has already studied it. They've already reached their conclusions. They know the degree of harm that has been done, and, you know, they also have made some recommendations, but not completely. And so we are not where we once were. There's state law that's coming down the pike, and we need to have a mechanism to pull all this into one place. And so, you know, I don't know what staff is going to study other than get the executive director's report that I did submit to staff already. I mean,
I'm going to offer an amendment for it to be agendized and discussed as separate items. So not to waste any staff time on producing a report. To your point, the reports already exist. You've sent them, and their time could be better spent somewhere else.
Right.
So I offer that as an amendment.
Yes, just a clarification. So what is the motion as amended, Commissioner Fuentes?
The motion as amended would be to, well, this goes back to you, Commissioner Thomas. Would you want?
I would want to just move it forward, because I think.
Just no amendments.
Well, no, go ahead, what's your amendment? What do you mean?
No, you're good. I was just gonna say, do we want to not have them produce a report? Because that would waste time. Instead, actually agendize the items.
I actually agendize the items. I think having a report, I think that report from the city, ran by the Office of City of Civil Rights, I think it's over 1,000 pages. I think the executive director summary, executive summary is probably 100. And so this is not, the knowledge is available, the analysis is available. They've even done it in, I think, Gary, Indiana. They've already paid reparations to people in Gary, Indiana. So this is not like, you know, spooky kind of stuff. This is.
Can I just make a recommendation based on what I'm hearing is that the motion be amended to read that, that the establishing a local Freedmen's Bureau style framework in Los Angeles, including potential reparations and reparative justice mechanisms, be agendized for a future commission meeting or the next.
Yes.
Okay.
If that sounds good.
Okay, so now there's
So Commissioner Murray has something.
Yes, I just want to make sure we'll all know what the motion is. Okay, so Commissioner Murray.
I wanted to make sure that this issue is separate from police accountability. I think they're very distinct. Discussions of lineage, I think that's a completely separate issue.
Right.
I am the descendant of African slaves, however, discussing freedmen and things like that and lineage, I think that does include everyone from the African diaspora, which includes Afro-Caribbeans, Afro-Latinos, and our people who live here who immigrated from Africa. So that's my position on that. So I think that should be a separate issue from police accountability. But the way we're moving forward with this, I'm okay. As long as it's a separate issue.
Yeah, I definitely understand that, but the lineage argument doesn't include, because the fight for reparations in the state of California was not providing it to immigrants, African immigrants.
I've done all the research on it, so I understand. I've done all the research on it, so I understand.
And so,
Commissioner Thomas, but the motion as amended is to agendize this for a future meeting, and you're okay with it?
Yes, I'm okay with it.
Is there any objection from the commission?
I have a question. So any discussion around it would occur?
Yes.
In the future.
All right, seeing no objection, this motion is approved. We will agendize it for a future commission meeting. All right, we now move on.
Sorry. The report's 1,000 pages. Can staff, when it's on that agenda, can they please distill that into a report? I know we're saying recommendations, but which recommendation? Do we have an itemized what we're actually putting on the agenda? we've just said like a broad, and they've made a lot of recommendations.
I will follow up with the staff on this as soon as possible. All right, we now move on to item 6, that the commission dissolve the ad hoc committee effective immediately and that any unfinished work be referred to the full commission. Commissioner Thomas.
Well, clearly you know how I feel about this. But I think it is important. You know, I thought that the commission dissolving, that would be an issue now. But my concern is whether or not those things that the ad hoc committee threw out, the possibility of them being put back on the agenda or brought before the full commission. And by the things that I'm talking about, of course it is police transparency, among other things, but that is the most glaring. That would be something that moves forward. I also, want to be very clear about something, and that is something that can give for those people who are in the community, who are listening, and for those who are sitting around this table. Be very clear that the motion to provide legal counsel is not just for Latinos. Latinos are not the only immigrants. So I just want to say that, and in the same way. And I say that for a very specific reason, because there are people who want to do that. And there is no doing that. So I just want to say that even with the Freedmen's Bureau and even with these, with police transparency and this reparations conversation, it is important that this benefits all of us, not just Black folks, but it benefits all of us. I too am a descendant of an enslaved African. I am also a survivor of having my grandfather lynched. So it's very, 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 very important to me. So we're gonna vote.
Yeah, okay, we're ready to go and
let's go.
And so, okay, so the motion is that the commission dissolve the ad hoc committee effective immediately and that any unfinished work be referred to the full commission. All right, looks like there's discussion. I would say I'm ready to vote yes. I think a number of commissioners are.
I'm ready to vote yes, and I was the head of the ad hoc.
So, Commissioner,
Yeah, I'd like to amend to, with the notes at the end, that any unfinished work be referred to the full commission, including items on which there was a motion that failed to move that item to the full commission. This way, we're able to speak to cover those things that the ad hoc committee decided not to move forward to the road management commission, but we captured all without needing to pick out those things. And it's also not us, and I think it needs to be said that the ad hoc committee does not have the Asian American voice at that committee. There have been times in the past that this commission has not represented Asian American voices that changed for a certain period. But it is a certain, a very distinct concern for me that the Asian American voices were not heard at the ad hoc committee discussion. That was a decision made by the members of the ad hoc committee or whoever composed the ad hoc committee. And that is another reason that, at least from my perspective, it's important for us to bring back those things that did not get moved to the full commission,
Commissioner Thomas, is that friendly?
It is very friendly.
Commissioner Lewis and then myself in the queue.
My understanding is that we always had the option to bring those things that had not been forwarded. Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, we took a vote to bring back 2 of them this evening.
Right. So if we amend the motion in the manner that Commissioner Yap said, we essentially just be memorializing that. So it's not going to change anything really in terms of what already
Can I respond to that? I think what it does is it captures it without needing to specifically call out individual ones. There were things that were voted on in the ad hoc committee on which there was a failure of the motion, which meant that that item would not come to this commission. So that we would need to pick out each one of those that we want to bring to the full commission. This motion allows us to bring all of those.
So Commissioner Lewis, I will be opposing the motion because the ad hoc committee, like any human construction, is imperfect and was. Did streamline things and presents a base of discussion for the commission. We saw that with infrastructure and planning. I will admit that was the outlier. There was a lot of consensus, there was a lot of work done. But it allows a base of discussion and still allows other commissioners, if they so choose, to put something else forward to do that. Commissioner Stein and Commissioner Thomas.
I just want to say, thank you. At the beginning of the 3 ad hoc commission meetings, it was clearly said by me as the chair that anything we approved or disapproved could be brought up by the regular commission. This motion doesn't change a darn thing, because as we saw tonight, we took up motions that, whether from a subcommittee or whether it be from the ad hoc committee, were still brought up because they didn't get positive votes in those individual commissions. But I don't want it to be that the ad hoc committee all of a sudden becomes the bad guy in this, because clearly I read the same statement in front of each committee meeting saying this is not final, it goes to the full commission, and any member of the commission can bring it up and discuss it. So the other problem I have with Commissioner Yap's motion is, does that mean everything that we combined into something that we came to agreement on? So if for instance, let's take police report. There were, eventually, we voted to set up a Christopher Commission. The prospect of a Christopher Commission over Commissioner Thomas's objection. There may have been another objection on Commissioner Murray's objection. Thank you. However, in doing that, there were 14 subsections under police reform. Does that mean we're now going to debate all of these 14 subsections, whether it's neighborhood council?
Yes, it does.
I wasn't asking for your opinion, let me finish and then you.
I will let you finish.
Thank you, sir.
But I will give my opinion. The answer is yes. It's my motion. The answer is yes. You're not going to motion the motion, so the answer is yes.
I vote if that's what it does. I'm just saying that we tried to consolidate a lot of matters, and maybe police accountability was the wrong one to bring up here. But there were other areas where we eliminated some things that had been set forward, and we approved some of the things that had been set forward. Are now we going to take over and never finish what this commission's business is, to go over each and every recommendation that was on that sheet of paper? That's all I have to say, Mr. Thomas, and you, I think I was next in queue.
Yes, Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Andrade.
You know, again, this whole time thing. If Commissioner Murray had not pulled up those accountability reforms and read them from her phone, we would have never discussed them individually. And that is not what we did prior to. All I'm asking is that you do the same thing, that you be consistent. That you stop looking as if there are
there are particular communities that you would care not to hear from. Now, maybe you don't care how you look. That's fine. But it doesn't mean that those of us who are concerned about the people who come out to speak, you all know that that was unilateral. You already had it planned. How in the world are you coming? We've heard nothing about the police, about a Christopher Commission. You make a recommendation, Mr. Stein, and you know nothing about the Christopher Commission. You just know the name.
I disagree with you.
Well, you didn't know that they failed at their task. You didn't know that a consent decree came after the Christopher Commission. How are you recommending something to us that failed? Yes, what they did, they did two positive things. They created a position of Inspector General who has no teeth with LAPD. He has no teeth. And then they proved to us that there is systemic racism in the Los Angeles Police Department. Those are the two positive things that they did. And it did not work. The implementation did not work because on the heels of that, here comes the consent decree. The consent decree is the federal government taking over the management of the LAPD. And this is what we're recommending. And what I recommended that I was told could not be recommended in the Ad Hoc Committee, because no one, and you said this, Mr. Chair, no one, I haven't heard anyone from the community, none of the public comment, mention anything about giving City Council, which wasn't true because it wasn't that mentioned it, giving City Council and the mayor the ability to override both commission, the police commission, the chief, and the Board of Rights. That's what I was told. And so again, I see you, Commissioner Mack. I'm going to yield to you. Well, I'm just saying. So when we're talking about when we're listening to what Commissioner Yak has said, he wouldn't be making an amendment to the motion if he wasn't aware of what has already happened. And what I think people don't realize, we have to clean up what has already happened. We have to fix what has already happened among us. We kicked people out of our meeting last week. We cut off a pastor. That's what we did. We kicked the largest number of black folks I think we've had at City Hall out. Why? Because they wanted 6 more minutes. So no one can tell me that this isn't by design. You don't want to deal with police accountability. I don't know why you don't, because it certainly is what all people are talking about now. And their role with ICE. Don't want to deal with ICE. The only place that I think that I can assume that would be coming from is from elected officials who are running for office. If I was running for office in the climate that we live in, I would want to be talking about police transparency either. I would, because I'm not a politician. And so it's important that we not try to act like this was whatever we have assumed that this was, whatever conclusions we have reached, they have been as a result of what we have observed, seen, and heard. Nothing more.
Commissioner Andrade and Commissioner Mack.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I think that we should probably remove police accountability from the lens of the specific motion at hand as amended. Because as you see, on March 5th, we're going to be talking about police reform, and I would be shocked if there's not a motion to reconsider everything. So I think we should take that out. of the current conversation, because what this motion as amended does, it's really, really sneaky, but it's intentional. It's a motion that says, let's invalidate everything the ad hoc committee did. Let's rehear it, and let's take all of that stuff that they decided and throw it away. It's not a motion that's saying, let's dissolve the ad hoc committee. It's a motion that's saying, let's dissolve the ad hoc committee, render all of its motions void, because we're going to require you to rehear them. Now, today we were really efficient because we reheard stuff, and yeah, some of the votes on the public planning and infrastructure and government structure topics, those failed, and we let them fail. If we wanted them to be reheard, we would have brought them up today. And I think that's the precedent we should apply to future things. I think that's what's going to happen with police accountability. But as the motion is currently written, it is overly restrictive, and it will force our hand and make us spend way too much time on something that has already been decided. I lost some votes. Commissioner Thomas lost some votes, and I'm fine that I lost some votes. I don't really care. So I don't think that as amended, this motion does something that's productive for our body.
Commissioner Mack.
Commissioner Mack, I have a couple of thoughts. I think, first of all, I appreciate the motion being brought forth in the discussion that was happening amongst us so far. I am supportive of it mainly because I think I'm going to bring back police accountability to kind of as a sample for me to have this conversation, but also because of the length recommendations. I think those two, I think for the reason why I'm going to support this motion on the table is that I plan to have the discussion to bring those back to the discussion once we talk about personnel budget for that meeting. I do appreciate Commissioner Fuentes, the way that you modeled item number 4. I think I want to emphasize the importance and the value of discussing each item separately for specifically the items where it was brought by community members. And I think for the police accountability and for Link, it was a coalition of community members who really took the time to put forth very specific items that, in my opinion, I think there's value to do it separately. And for that reason, I am in support of the motion on the table. I wanted to share that insight. Also, I just want to say, because this is about ad hoc, I think the way that we modeled it today with Commissioner Murray and Andrade, the way that you both were able to provide input as chair of the subcommittee was great. I really enjoyed it. I would say that once we get to personnel and budget, it's going to be a little bit different in terms of the way I'm able to put in my input, because most of the recommendations were either changed or repackaged, and at least 13 of the police accountability items that I feel like our committee spent a lot of our time on was not moved forward. And so I personally, in that item number, similar to the way that item 2 and 3 are formatted today, I won't be able to give my input. And so I think it's just naming that there is a difference in process for the specific personnel and budget committee. And so I wanted to share that insight as well.
Commissioner Yap and Commissioner Levine.
So this is about what the amendment will do and focuses on the motions that did not pass. It doesn't focus on all of the things that the ad hoc committee considered. So that was by design. So I think I take issue with Commissioner Andrade's characterization of what the motion would be intended to do. However, the fact that it would be invalidating some of, or maybe even the discussion of the ad hoc committee is because, as I mentioned, the ad hoc committee's formulation specifically excluded Asian American voices, including one of whom was the chair of the committees. The only chair who was not included in the ad hoc committee, and someone who served, like Commissioner Mack, in 2 committees. So there was an opportunity to include that voice and was specifically excluded. Therefore, it's true what Commissioner Thomas has said already. I have, in particular, and I think that there are others on this commission, do not have as much confidence in what was decided in the ad hoc committee because the voices were not inclusive, and the selection process and the criteria of selection for the ad hoc committee was not open or transparent. So for that reason, I am putting forward this motion, which is targeted at those motions that failed, not every topic discussed by the ad hoc committee, those motions that failed to come back for the full commission.
Commissioner Levine.
My question, so I was prepared to vote for this motion as drafted. I have questions about how this has been amended. My question is, how many motions are we talking about here? Because my concern is that this motion paints a broad brush, and as the commission is currently constituted, we have broad discretion to move items back to commission, whereas this motion would create, as I said, paint with a broad brush, motions that may have been rejected for distinct reasons. And I think one thing that I'm thinking about is motions where a motion was offered to move to full commission, failed, and then another substitute motion was brought forward in its place that did substantively the same thing, or with certain changes, moved things forward, some of which we may have voted on this evening. And so I'm just curious about the metric of motions that were advanced but failed as the distinction.
As someone who took part in that process, I can say for certain, it wasn't right. And I don't understand why we want to try to make it seem as if it was. It wasn't right. I'm not saying that I hope no one deliberately did. Say that again. I said I hope no one deliberately did anything.
I was just wondering if you had a numerical answer to the question.
My numerical answer to that question is very simple. As many as we decide to look at. There weren't a lot that were just out of hand thrown away. There weren't a lot. But those that were those that impacted people directly. And so I think, as Commissioner Mack was saying, that, okay, so those that were, maybe we can define it even more. Those motions that were, that failed, that directly impact the people. That directly impact, that directly go against what the people say. That is a way of us defining it. So it's not everything that was voted down, but it was so significant. What was not really taken up was so significant that, quite frankly, it is difficult for me to even get over the fact that it was allowed to bail the person. And so that's the basis for it for me. And see, in the same way that there's this need for very specific numbers, and I understand what you're saying, but the need for a specific number seems to never override the arbitrary number that just falls out of the sky. Because all of the numbers that we have heard up to this point have just been arbitrary numbers that just fall out of the sky. But there seems to be no pushback really against those numbers. And so I don't think, I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that this commission, the concern is this. If you would act this way, the concern is this never getting back to the commission. That's what the concern is. Police accountability never getting back to the commission. That's what the concern is. And just based upon everything that went into trying to keep this from getting, from even being on the agenda, everything that went, all of the contributing factors and the people involved in trying to keep this from getting to the agenda is the reason that I don't feel any confidence, regardless of what anyone has said, that this full commission will take up police reform simply because I and some of my colleagues want it. So, in the end, to right a wrong, to fix a mistake, and instead of acting as if we did not make one, we need to own what we have done because we have hurt the community. And we need to show the community our commitment to do better. That's what we should be doing. If we fail to do that, then we're going to have all the meetings in this building.
Commissioner Stein, Murray, and Fuentes in the queue. Commissioner Stein, would you like to go first?
Isn't the Ad Hoc Committee already done?
Yes, but this motion as amended, I was also prepared to vote for this motion as written, but the motion as amended is doing something completely different. Commissioner Stein and Commissioner Fuentes.
Well, where Mr. Thomas and I disagree, and perhaps I should not have used the issue of police accountability, but there were any number, and what we disagree with is he says it's a small number, and candidly, I'm not smart enough to know that he's correct on that or incorrect on that. But there were a number of issues where we took friendly amendments. There were a number of issues where if there were 6 things recommended by us, and let's keep it out of police accountability. And we found 4 of them to be with merit, and 2 of them not to be with merit. We voted in advance those 4 that the majority of the committee believed had merit. As I'm hearing this motion, because it's obviously not written, but as I'm hearing this motion, we're supposed to go back and look at the 2 items that we didn't include within the 6, which in effect is going back and saying we're going to start from scratch on each and every item, and that just makes absolutely no sense to me.
Commissioner Fuentes, and then I would like to call the question, if that's okay. Commissioner Fuentes.
I was going to offer that we table this motion as well as the next motion until, this motion as amended, as well as our next motion on ex parte, which is also an amended motion, until our next meeting.
I'd like to call the question on both.
Well, I will. We have had a robust discussion on this motion, item 6. I would like to take the vote on item 6, and then we can move to table item 7. So I'm going to call for the vote on item number 6. Can you repeat, Commissioner Yap, the motion as amended?
It would be to amend the end of the motion so that the commission dissolve the ad hoc committee effective immediately, and that any unfinished work be referred to the full commission, including those items that did not move to the full commission based on a failed motion in the ad hoc committee. And I want to clarify this point because I think that there's some concern over the volume of that.
Commissioner Yap, we're in the middle of a vote. You've had 2 turns to speak.
But I think this is
If you could make it quickly, please.
I'll make it quick. It is not it is those things that, even in the ad hoc report, it lists only 3 items, for example, that there was a motion to move forward and it failed 3-2. There are not a lot of items, but it is intended to capture those items that are up to speed.
Okay, we're going to call for a vote on the motion. Commissioner Andrades?
No.
Commissioner Fuentes?
Yes.
Commissioner Levine?
No.
Commissioner Mack?
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes no. Commissioner Murray? Commissioner Sanchez? Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Yap?
Yes.
Motion failed. Oh, wait, sorry, Commissioner Stein. Commissioner Stein?
No.
Okay, motion fails. All right, we are now on to the last item. Commissioner Fuentes, this is your motion. Are you proposing a motion to table?
Yeah, until the next meeting.
Can we take up ex parte? Can we take that up ex parte? Because that was one of the ones that, so motion the other ones would take up that.
There's a motion to table ex parte. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
So I do object because and I will call for a vote because there's been an objection. Because there has now been 3 weeks where ex parte has been on the agenda. 3 weeks. And so I have objected, so there will be a vote, there will be discussion before the vote. My position is clear, so I'm not going to reiterate it. I'm not sure, Commissioner Fuentes, you have the right to speak on it, and then.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's been on the agenda 3 times. It's often a motion that's held until the end, which I'm not finding as strategic, but we've already lost 2 commissioners, and I'm sure everyone's in a rush to get home. So when we hold motions like this until the end, I'd ask that you as chair reprioritize the agendas and take that into consideration.
Is there any other discussion on the motion?
Oh, sorry, also, just to clarify the amendment. The full motion is written out here, you all should be familiar with that. The only amendment is this little top section in parentheses. And that just specifies that this ex parte communication would only impact staff of the mayor, council president, or any member of the mayor and council president's respective staff. So, I can pass it over to Commissioner Thomas if he wants to add anything.
I do think that it is important. I do think that this motion is so important that it's unfortunate that we have 2 commissioners that are missing. But I guess this is how it works. But knowing that, and let's just be very honest, 2 votes that could vote in favor of this. We already know what the vote is going to look like with the people who are here. We already know. So, again, in the interest of fairness, because, Mr. Chair, given that this is something that you don't want, your objection and your roll call vote could be seen as a maneuver to get your way. Not say that's what it is.
Well, yeah.
Not say that's what it is, but at the end of the day, it's just starting to feel that way.
I would just ask the commissioners that are here now. I know Commissioner Field wanted to move this agenda item up on the specific agenda today. Asked. Chair Meza said no. Commissioner Lewis over here wanted to talk about this motion as well. He had to leave. So I would ask you all to overturn the chair's ruling on the specific item, table it until our next meeting, just so we can actually discuss it, since this is a significant amendment.
Is there?
I'm going to make, okay, I'm going to withdraw my second on the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the motion, okay,
Can I get a motion on?
Oh, there was a motion to table by Commissioner Fuentes, there was a second by Commissioner Stein, the motion no longer has a second, is there a second?
A second to what?
The motion to table.
Yes, I second.
Okay, there was an objection by me to tabling the motion. Commissioner Fuentes has made a motion to overturn the ruling of the chair, is there a second?
I second.
This will be a 2/3 vote of the commission. I believe the motion to overrule the chair, is it non-debatable, City Attorney?
What is the motion to overrule the chair? It was a motion to table.
Oh, well, the objection was to table, so we just have to take the vote on the table.
Right.
That's not debatable. Okay, so there's been a motion to table.
So you couldn't object to that, but you objected, was that,
Yeah,
was
so
what happened?
I'm gonna reiterate. Thank you. Yeah, so there's been a motion to table item number 7 by Commissioner Fuentes, seconded by Commissioner Thomas. I objected because I would like to do the final vote on this item this evening. The motion is to table, so we will call for a vote on that motion.
This is a majority. This is
Majority.
seven votes.
This is a parliamentary one, so this is majority, yes. So so do the roll. Commissioner Andradas.
No.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
No.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes no. Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Stein.
No. But thank you for remembering.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion fails 5-5. Okay, we are now on to a vote of the motion. The motion, actually, we're now back to discussion on the motion. The executive director has asked for 30 seconds, so I will be moving back.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to reiterate what I said before, to say that this already has some chilling effect. We've had staff that this would not even affect say that they are unsure if they can speak to us without it being listed as ex parte. So that's just been my concern. We have a charge to get your work done as expediently as possible, and this would just put one hand behind our backs. Thank you.
All right, we are going to go to a vote on the motion. Commissioner Andradas.
No.
Commissioner Fuentes.
Yes.
Commissioner Levine.
No.
Commissioner Mack.
Yes.
Commissioner Meza votes no. Commissioner Murray. Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Stein.
No.
Commissioner Thomas. Commissioner Yap.
Yes.
Motion fails. Okay, commissioners, there's future agenda items. There was one more agenda. Commissioner Levine, you have a motion that you just want to, that you would like a quick vote on, something that you would like to put on the.
This is the motions to agendize, correct?
Yes.
I have 2. I would like to agendize for future discussion an amendment to Charter Section 104G. 104G prohibits the city from profit seeking except for fee recovery. I would like to agendize a motion that would instruct staff to explore revisions or repeal of that section.
Is there any objection? All right, seeing that, that's approved. Can we get a second item?
Second item, I would like to propose rules for debaters for this body.
And so this is just to put on the agenda for a future meeting?
Correct.
All right, is there a second? Second. All right, is there any objection? All right, seeing none, also approved.
Mr. Chair, is there a second on?
Yeah.
Commissioner Levine's first motion?
All motion, second, Commissioner Levine's first motion. There is no objection. Okay. Commissioner Fuentes.
Yeah, I want to make a motion to discuss the Office of Public Advocate. So I want that lumped in when we discuss the other government structure items. And then also, separate motion to...
Let's just do the public advocate first.
Okay,
Is there any objection? All right, seeing none, approved. It'll be agendized for a future meeting.
Yes.
Is there a second? Sorry.
For public advocate?
Yes. to agendize it for approval. Would you like to take a second, Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Okay.
And then a separate item to bring back the option of PRCB in a 9 districts of 27 seat model.
So this is to bring back the option of proportional ranked choice voting in multi-member districts.
Yeah, specifically in that number 27 seat model.
I second that.
Before you say, okay, just a second. I object to that just because we could do it under the rules. I mean, we had a vote on that at the Ad Hoc Committee. I'm not sure it wasn't in subcommittee too, but let's take the Ad Hoc, and clearly under that, anybody can bring a motion without having to go through this elaborate way of doing it, and just simply say, you know, I want to bring up whatever model that you wish to bring up. I don't know why we're making it more difficult and complicating this when it's already there, the possibility of you doing it. And that was clarification. I didn't hear.
That was there was a clarification that Commissioner Andrade offered on a previous motion that if germane, it may be brought back without a motion.
Commissioner Fuentes,
But I think it's more in my perspective, it's more helpful to the public to actually have it in writing so they can understand what's going to be discussed. The other one just pertaining to the right to deportation defense. The report, as mentioned by many of the public commenters, wasn't necessarily aligned with their vision for the motion. So I just wanted to make a motion for the next meeting related to what their original vision was. I'm happy to get into that now, but it's pretty different.
The next meeting is on better government.
Yeah, so we're going back.
It will be agendized.
Okay. So I also need the language that they actually wanted.
Shouldn't that come, I don't know what the schedule was, because I don't have it in front of me. Shouldn't that come up in the meeting when we're talking about ranked choice voting and council size and such, rather than just taking it up independently? It would seem.
No, this is for the.
There was a report based on it. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. And the report is, I apologize. The report is helpful, but it doesn't actually relate to what their intent was in the motions when they came and they advocated for them. So I just want to flag that for you all.
And I think it's important to know that, you know, proportional ranked choice. Basically, we chose ranked choice voting, and we chose a number that we already know does not provide equity for Black and Asian populations. So we knew that when we decided on the number 23, right? And so we did not, with the exception of Chair Ray, we did not know that it was important to have proportional ranked choice voting if you're going to have multiple different districts, and how that worked out in the numbers. And so I think it's very important that it be separated out, and that we bring that back up. Because even though we did vote that down, again, I consider that to be another mistake that we made, and an opportunity for us to fix it.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. Commissioner Andrade shared that since it's germane, we wouldn't flow, but I agree it should be pulled out so the public knows.
Commissioner
I'd like to make a motion that the 13 recommendations under the Personnel and Budget Subcommittee regarding police accountability be agendized for a future meeting whenever we discuss about personnel and budget. So acknowledging not the next one, but when we take it up.
There was already a motion that was submitted prior to today, where we've done this process by Commissioner Fuentes or Commissioner Thomas to discuss doing the individual recommendations. So that's already been done.
Okay, great.
Commissioners, is there a motion to adjourn? All right, without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you, commissioners.